do so right now. Who do we got here? We got Michael Harn is in from Minnesota. Welcome back, Peter. Good to see you. Elaine's here. Troy's here. Janice is here. Don's ready to go. Deborah says, good morning from Maryland. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Scott's here from Michigan. Robert's here. Well, welcome back, y'all. It is day 2 of Tim's Millionaire Formula. So let me ask you something. Last night, some of you got great sleep, right? Because you already made the decision to take trading seriously. This is something that you know you're doing, and you are happy to wake up in the morning and get at it because you know that 6 months, 6 weeks, 5 years, at some point, this is going to be your thing. And you're showing up every day to make it happen. And so I want to congratulate you for having a great night's sleep. Others of you may have been tossing and turning last night because you're still not sure. You're still on that fence. You're still deliberating as to whether or not you're really going to go for this. You're realizing this is achievable, but it's some work, right? I got to put something into this if I want to get something out of it. Now, if you're still on the fence about whether or not to really commit to your trading, then let today be the day that helps you get off the fence, because no one likes sitting on fences. It gives you hemorrhoids. Either way, you're here, you came back, and that tells me everything that I need to know about this room. So before we get day 2 kicked off, some of you have been in my events before, you know what's coming. I like to start day 2 with a little fun video to kind of like wake the body up. So grab your coffee and get ready to go for a ride.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, nice and easy. We'll just head on out, and whenever you're ready.
Are you ready to go ahead
Yeah.
and drive? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, whoa.
That's all right.
Oh, a little more than I'm used to.
Oh, it's got some power, so just get a feel for it. Okay. Okay, all right. Ease off just a little. Ease up.
So I was thinking a little more age on me, some wrinkles, a little dorky, maybe some facial hair. It was somebody that I can pull off a fun prank with. Let's go have some fun. My good friends at Pepsi Max have hooked us up with this cool cam. So these are the glasses cam to show you everything that I see.
How you doing?
Hello. I'm Mike.
Steve, nice to meet you, Mike. I saw you sort of gravitated towards the Camaro. You thinking about getting one?
Oh, no. This way too much car for me.
Well, it's a lot of power, but they designed it to be very safe.
I don't know if I can handle it. I've never driven anything like this before.
Well, I tell you what, I think a way to really make you feel comfortable would be to put you behind the wheel.
You're good.
What are you driving now?
Oh, just a minivan.
Oh, yeah.
What am I
You're not
signing
obligated.
here?
You're
You
not,
sure?
it's just a checkout sheet for a test drive. You're not obligated to anything. It's just so we know who's out. Let's go give it a drive.
I'm getting a little nervous.
No, I'll be right there beside you. There are your keys, sir.
Thank you, Steve.
You'll have to unlock it, Mike.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. What a car.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we better buckle up.
Yeah, good call. Power door locks, standard, of course. You are liable for any damages to the vehicle, so please stop the car, or at least slow down. Slow down. You can't go through that gate, Mike. Stop! I'm gonna get you. Watch out! You're gonna wreck this car, and you're liable for it if you wreck it. Mike, stop the car! Stop the car right now! Get up here! Yeah. No, oh my God. Just take us back. Oh, no.
You all right over there, Steve?
Oh, you're an idiot. I'm going to kill you. Oh, stop. Oh, God almighty.
You don't understand. It's not what you think. It's not what you think. No, it's just a prank. We're just having fun. Look, this is a camera. Here's a camera. There's cameras. Look, it was all just fun. Look, I'm Jeff Gordon. Sorry, man. Sorry.
Want to do it again?
Yeah, let's do it again.
That was my favorite part right there at the end. What the hell does that have to do with trading? You tell me. How many of you have ever felt like you were going through trading, you knew what you were doing, everything was fine, and then all of a sudden the market just starts crashing on you and you're losing money faster than you know what to do with, or it's going up, 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 and you're getting so excited, and then all of a sudden it just starts falling back down, or you get out and then it goes up and you're like, oh my God, you feel like the guy in the passenger seat. Anybody here ever felt a little bit like that guy? And then you come to a class like this, you get to spend time with Bryce Toohey, with Tim Bowen, with your power team leader, you get to hear from Tim Sykes, and suddenly you realize, oh, I'm in good hands. I got a professional here, right? What did his body do? Did anybody notice as soon as he realized that was Jeff Gordon? He went, oh, he just relaxed. That's the number one thing that I see happen in this community. When people go from out there trying to figure this thing out on their own, trading on Robinhood, or, getting their Thinkorswim account, or trying to use stocks to trade, watching YouTube videos or stuff that they might find inside of a university portal. And then they get inside of a room where they can actually feel what it's like to be around a trader who's not freaking out over every tick of the ticker, right? They get to feel what it's like to be around somebody. Now, at some point though, even Jeff Gordon didn't know how to drive a car, right? So we're talking about learnable stuff here. So how many of you felt like if you had Tim Bowen's mastery of these principles, if you could wax poetic with the chart the way that he does, how many of you feel like you'd lean in even more to becoming, if not a full-time trader, at least a consistent trader? Now, it is my belief that every single family should have at least one trader, right? Because we never know what's going to happen in the markets. But if there's one person in that family who knows how to trade, then that person can be the agile person who is able to shift and stay in cash flow, right? My wife says all the time, we'll talk about a little AI a little bit later, how worried she is for people out there that don't have this ability to just shift and stay agile, right? She doesn't worry about our family because I can provide, because I have this, what we're teaching you, because we have this ability, right? But there are people out there that don't. So let's recap yesterday and then dive in today. We had Tim Sykes kick us off talking about how he turned $12,500 into $7.5 million, but more importantly, how 54 of his students now are millionaire traders. Then we had not Bryce Toohey, but Tim Bowen took over for us yesterday. And he gave you real education, y'all. Chart patterns, supernovas, stair steppers, clean versus messy setups, day trade setups, swing trading. He gave you the playbook. And we talked about the three pillars: knowledge, tools, and mentorship. And I asked you a question: which pillar were you weakest in? And remember what people said in your small groups and what you answered about your gameplay. And then before we finished the day up, we had Tim, not Bryce, back here with us again, building a watch list, teaching us how to look at price action, to use FinViz, to look at scanners, and how to look at things like catalysts and risk versus reward to make sure that we're picking the right stocks to begin with. And then we did give you some homework. Who did your homework last night? Did you guys do your homework? So it wasn't just a watch list, right? We asked you to do something deeper. You wrote a letter to yourself from 1 year in the future. You described the life that you want to create. You got specific: your daily life, your finances, your freedom, the people that you want to impact. And then on page 2, you faced a harder question, right? 2 versions of yourself. Version 1, the one who stayed comfortable, kept waiting, changed nothing. And version 2, the one who took action despite the fear, and you signed a commitment. Now, not every person in here did that homework, which is surprising to me, because you come to these classes because you want to learn what it takes to be successful. You're put into the hands of traders who know how to help you get there. You have hand-selected power team leaders who are here to help guide you through this process. Yet some people are like, oh, this is woo-woo. I just want to look at charts. Those are the people that never make it. All right. People are like, oh, this is, I don't want to do the Tony Robbins mindset stuff. I just want to focus on, which stock should I buy? I want to gamble. I want to just be given tickers. But here's the cold, hard truth and reality. I grew up around people who thought like that, right? Like, oh, it's dorky or weird to like get into this mindset stuff and this heart-centered stuff. But I can tell you right now, the people at the top, this is what we do. This is what I see multimillionaires and billionaires doing. I was literally out at a men's retreat like 3 weeks ago. There's billionaires in the room. And we're literally digging into this type of stuff, talking about what our commitments are, envisioning what the future looks like. Because as we'll talk about later today, persistence comes from having a clear vision. And it's the people who take the time to get clarity on their vision, who take the time to say, what is it that I'm trying to create here and build in my life? Those are the people who, when the tough moment comes, right, when they're the guy in the passenger seat and everyone else is freaking out, right, they're able to calm down and be the guy in the driver's seat because they know what they're working towards. They know what they're doing this for. Has anybody here ever heard of the book Think and Grow Rich? Anybody heard of that? Napoleon Hill's book. The number one book credited for creating more millionaires and billionaires than any other book written is Think and Grow Rich. It's not Trade and Grow Rich, right? It's not Build a Business and Grow Rich. It's Think. And the power of what happens in here has more to do with the success that we create in our life and in our businesses than anything else that we could possibly do. So, those of you who did do your homework, it's time for us to go have a conversation about it, to review that homework, to see what exactly it is that you said, because that's not a normal homework assignment. It took courage. And in a minute, you're going to get to share some of that with your small group, not just your watch list numbers, the real stuff, what you wrote about your future, what you realized about where you're at right now in this moment. We also did build that watch list from scratch. So pay attention for a moment to how long it took you to build your watch list. Because after our small group breakout, Bryce is going to be here and he's going to show you something that really changes the entire equation. What took you hours last night? Let's just say there's a reason why we had you do it that way. Okay, so Asia, if we are ready, let's go ahead and get into our small groups. And then Bryce and I will see you all when you get back in here in just a little bit.
We got no coach.
That's right. We're on our own.
Yep, they're
Take
still
over.
waking up.
We can't even send a chat to Trey
I-
to say anything.
No, I asked for help. I clicked on the little question mark and I asked for help.
I'm sure he'll be here in a minute.
Cool.
Just take a page out of old movie Stripes. Just do it ourselves.
Hey guys, sorry about that. Brandon got stuck in the main room. Hey Lance, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
What's up? All right, everybody. Thank you for your patience. And when I say Lance, I got two of them in here that I know. And Peter, I know you and many others I've talked to. Bill, welcome back, everybody. And those of you who are new and let me grab something here just because I was not prepared. And Brandon reached out to me saying that he couldn't move into this breakout room, which is a Zoom issue, which will get handled. But hopefully, you guys did your homework last night. And I'm going to show you a very short video. If you actually take to what's said at heart, or take to heart, actually, what's said. This is a game changer. And so let me get that called up here. 1 second. And then I'll share my screen and my audio. And I say my audio because I have to remind myself not to forget that so you can hear it. And then share sound. And this is short. Let me move this. I turn my annotation on. Let me turn it off. Zoom is so finicky.
Ever, ever.
Okay, there we go.
You're never, ever, ever, ever going to feel like doing the things you need to do in order to have what you want. You're always going to need to push yourself. You're always going to need to parent yourself.
So good. And again, whether you take this to heart or not is up to you. And this is one of the most important sessions of the entire weekend. And the reason yesterday you got exposed to what's possible. And last night, like Trey talked about, you took it a step further and actually mapped out your future in this exercise. Hopefully you did that. And today we're going to connect that future to what it's actually going to take to get there. So what I want to do is, oh, sorry, my bad. Thank you, Brandon. And I'm going to let Brandon take over from here. So Brandon, you want to, oh, let me unmute you, Brandon.
I'm here.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome back.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Welcome back, everybody. It's good to see you again. We're having some technical difficulties there for a second. As he even said, Zoom is pretty finicky sometimes, but good to see you all here again. Again, appreciate your patience. I really enjoyed going over a lot of your homework and seeing the effort that was put into it, and want to hear from a few of you to see how that impacted you. So let's start with Alan Roberts. I'm going to ask you for unmute request.
Hey, Brandon.
Good to see you again. Welcome back.
Yeah.
And so what did you write about your life 1 to 3 years from now?
I don't have it in front of me, but I wrote a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you can give us a ballpark, a summary.
Yeah, I just wrote after I made the decision to follow through, how much better things got, and how much more comfortable I felt, because of getting past my fears, So it was kind of a lot of that, and how much things improved for my two boys as well. I got two boys that are 30 in their early 30s, and I'd like to help them over a couple humps in their lives as well. So, it was all working out in my letter.
Mm.
So it was a good experience for me, you know.
What stood out to you the most about doing it?
Uh, Thinking about my own feelings toward all this, and how sometimes I delay things, and uh how I rationalize why I delay it. I'm going through retirement right now, and it's a good reason to me, but I can see it from a lot of different directions now, since I watched that video and kind of thought about it from a different perspective, So it's kind of for me like standing on the edge of a cliff in a way. Just kind of either need a small kick or uh, the ability to jump, I guess is what it is.
Mm. What, if anything, do you notice about yourself that may be resistant to change?
Um, just past experiences, being hesitant because, the what ifs. When I read that what if list, I related a lot to some of those, at least
Mhm.
half of them, and the financial part of it. Right now I'm on a pretty good track, but I want more. Um, I've been very patient, but I don't know, I battle with myself over things like that, you know. I really do.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, I do appreciate you sharing that with us. And again,
Sure.
a lot of you had great responses that I've gone through, and I'm glad to be getting to know a few of you here. I'm going to let a few others share. Let's go to Rini. Rini, you had a great assignment as well. Send you an unmute request here. And so, Rini, why don't you tell us a little bit about what stood out to you during this exercise and what you wrote about?
The what ifs. If I did nothing, I'd be in the same boat. Struggling, going through my retirement account way too fast, not being able to do what we want, travel, see the grandkids. Our grandkids live in other states, and it's difficult to see them because it's a financial burden every time we want to fly, and driving from North Carolina to Texas is too expensive and takes too long. So the what if I do nothing, I'm in the same boat. And I already have missed a lot of the grandkids growing up. We can only see them when they come to visit on the holidays, or the one time that we get to go not on a holiday to visit them. And my husband having to work way longer than I want him to. He's younger than I am, so that's why he's not retired yet, because I was in healthcare for 50 years. He's also in healthcare, but he's still working. He gets a pension in September of 27. And that's when he will be able to take his whole pension. So I'm hoping that this will also help replace his pay and get him retired in September 27. So that's real important to me.
Gotcha. Gotcha. And I got a question for you relating to that video. Have you ever put something off because it didn't feel like the right time?
Yes. Yeah. I don't know if you saw in my email response, I have a travel business that I started right after I retired, within a couple weeks of me retiring. That's been 2.5 years now. I only do it for friends because I didn't do the advertising. I didn't do all the things I should have done. And it's not making me any money, and it's my own fault. Now, I do have a big trip planned for some people coming up this July, but I won't get paid on that until November. That's too long to have to work so hard and then not get paid for months. I can't keep doing that.
Notice. Thank you, Rainey. I appreciate you sharing. Those that share, give yourself 1,000 PowerPoints and be texting me your total today by 4:30. Let's see, I want to ask a couple more people here. Let's see, where'd you go? Sandra, I'll go to you, Sandra. How are you doing today?
Okay.
Good to see you. You're always so positive as well. So in doing these exercises, what stood out to you most?
Well, I didn't do the letter, but I did the other homework and
Right.
kind of looking at how my fears and all that. One thing I have to say is that when we first came into the program, my husband and I must have bought 5 things. And it was the biggest mistake because I was so overwhelmed, I've mastered none of it. And if I were to do it over again, I would buy something, master it, and then go on to something else and master it. So my subscription for a year would run out, and I hadn't even, used it. I was in the millionaire program, and I didn't know what to do with it. I just didn't have the know-how. I was too confused of what was going on. So it was all a big waste of money.
Well,
I
do you know
would
what
I
I could
would
do?
recommend to people to, put
What
money
I can
where.
do is sit down with you one-on-one and help walk through some of that with you.
Well, that would be good because I am
Yeah.
just so overwhelmed and my portfolio is a disaster.
Sure. I'll sit down with you. I'll reach out to you later after class, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Let's give one more person a chance to share. Where are you people are? Dustin, I see you in here. I looked through your homework assignment. If you're here, sent you an unmute request.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I read through your letter last night. What did you write about and what stood out to you?
Well, in the letter, I don't have it in front of me either, but I found myself that becoming a trader was a good decision. You're hitting your goals. I don't have aggressive goals, but I have realistic goals. That it's, the future, further on in the future is looking good to be able to start helping out my parents and my kids um, get out of their little situations financially, because worrying about money is miserable. I don't want everybody to have to worry about money.
Mm.
And one of these days, I mean, within a year, I don't expect to be able to quit my job, but I'd like to be able to do this full time.
Mhm. Okay. And what with work and what's going on right now, what is it that made you want that future?
Well, I've worked in the oil and gas field my whole life, and I don't know if anybody knows what that's like, but you don't have a life. It's a way of life.
Mm.
Uh, you work 50 to 100 hours a week, and I'm getting old, so I'd like to do something different.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, I appreciate you sharing. We're going to move along here just as we're starting to run on time. But again, 1,000 PowerPoints for you. Okay, so looking forward to what's coming up for today. Just raise a virtual hands. Who's ever heard Bryce Toohey speak or teach before? Raise a virtual hands. Anyone? Okay, Terry, Peter, Stephen. Okay. Awesome. So you're familiar with Bryce. Bryce is going to be back here today. And the good news of what's coming is he's going to be talking a lot about what bridges that gap between where you're at now and where you want to be, not just personally, but with your trading. So they're going to go over today how to treat trading like a business rather than random trades. They're going to talk about the top tools that they use to consistently find opportunities, which some of you have, some of you don't, but you'll see how they all fit together. And he's going to go through and talk about setups and identifying those rules to follow for giving you a good trade plan. So I'm looking forward to working with you guys more that way and seeing what you're picking up. And again, Trace touched on this briefly, but the three pillars of knowledge, tools, and mentorship, those are the three pillars to stand on in which seeing success. So just like a surgeon needs a scalpel, everyone's got to have tools. But what makes a surgeon successful is not the tool itself. It's medical school, having the knowledge, and then residency, mentorship, or some type of guidance to help you put that into practice. And that's why we're here today. So again, Trey had even said this before. Most traders, what they're missing is not just one or two, they're missing all three, or there's one that they're really especially weak in. And that's where we want to help you grow, because the person that you have determined to be requires time, requires growth. And when we hold ourselves back and stay stuck because it's uncomfortable, or we let the failures of the past hold us back, we continue to stay stuck in that same cycle, right? I think we can all agree with that. Today, what I want you to do is continue to think about where you're weak, where you're strong, where you're needing the most help with, and seeing what you need to grow in. And we're going to ask you to make a decision of, are you going to trade as a hobby or trade as a business? Is this going to become your new profession, which I can't assume, but most of you I know want to make this a full-time income. And that's what we're looking to help you achieve here. So let me ask you this. Let's see, Stephen Lee, what are you most looking forward to learning about today?
Uh, Hi, Brandon. Looking forward to um, getting more of the principles on setting up
Mhm.
for the trade, um, getting more specific details that will help me to focus on how to organize a trade plan and then execute off of it. It's good to have the desire to move forward and all the other tools, and I have a lot of the tools, but like the lady said earlier, sometimes the tools are overwhelming and you're drinking from a fire hose, and so I just want to tool it down to a garden hose or even just a cup of water, basically. So I want to focus, get the focus, and really focus on some setups, and then do the internship on that, just to practice it, and then to make sure that it's working the way that I believe that it's supposed to be working, in the way that you guys say that it's working, so that I can get the confidence to then move forward and be a practicing professional.
Awesome. So refining the focus, bringing it back to simplicity, not letting us ourselves get lost. I like how you said that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see if anyone else, I'll take volunteers that want PowerPoints. What else did you learn about yourself and the person that you want to be in comparison to where you're at now? Lance, I see your hand up, and Melanie. So we'll go to Lance and we'll go to Melanie. So Lance, when you did your homework, what stood out to you last night?
Let me just grab it really quickly. What's excuse me, what's stood out to me is when I was creating like the watch list, I know I've seen it and I've worked on it and I still need help doing that. I looked at things like the mindset awareness. It's like I've always been like positive, and I look at it, well, just like Sandra had said, yeah, there are things I don't understand, but I keep it in perspective that when I listen to Tim Sykes and Tim Bowen, they're doing this for 20, 25 years. So I can't expect to have their knowledge in like 3.5 months. But it's like after everything I've done in life, and I saw this, I understand there are no way outs. Because I look at the market, have some money in my retirement account, but you never know when there's going to be the next huge correction in your 401ks or 201k. So it's like I find that it's important to like be positive, be focused on what I'm doing, and realize here's a way for me to say the amount of money that comes out every month for my 401k and Social Security. I mean, a first step would be to match that in this program. And I wish when they gave the questions, they asked the question like, I'm still in some debt. So I want to pay off all my debt, including what's left on my house, and just not have like that noose, and learn what I can so I can get to where these other people have gotten to.
Perfect.
It's
Lance, I'm going to
fun.
pause just so we can give Melanie a chance here before we go. But again, I appreciate all the thought and effort you put into everything. So thank you. 1,000 PowerPoints for you. And Melanie, we'll go to you.
So what stood out for me was really how to put into words, like doing the watch list. I think I explained that in my homework. Like I see it. Yesterday when I was watching Tim speak, I understood what he was saying. It became a lot clearer. But like I mentioned, like low float and short sell, I was just like, okay, I just don't know where to look. I think that's that for that portion. But when I look at a chart too, like I understood, I just don't know how to explain it. You know what I mean? I understood the chart. I understood what was the past and what was coming up. I understood what he was saying. I just and I know where to look now, but I just don't know maybe the terminology. And I realized that when I had to do the homework of actually putting the plan together.
Mm-hmm. And yet
like
you
specifically.
executed, and you executed even in spite of feeling like you didn't know everything, but you put the effort into taking action, and that's something that can be said too.
Yes, thank you. And then I just had like an aha moment. We were speaking before about trading. I work full time, I have a business, and I think the difference with trading is that it's solely based on my efforts. As for my business, yes, it's my efforts, but I'm also relying on clients to come in to make that money, right? So I think that's the portion that I really like about trading. If I'm not trading, then I'm not making any money. If I am, I can, and it's on the spot. It's not, like others have said, you're waiting for your paycheck. Like Rainey said, like months later,
Mm-hmm.
So
Very
that
well said.
that I really like. Yeah.
Awesome. 1,000 PowerPoints to you. We have just about a minute left. Again, I'm looking forward to all of you learning more, things becoming more clear. I know it's Easter weekend, so it's a little bit different. But later I will be sending out my calendar to those of you that I haven't had a one-on-one connection with. Want to try to do just make sure that you're dialed up and ready for the upcoming week with your trading. Again, I won't be able to do that with everybody, but I will be getting in touch with those of you that I have not had a one-on-one with. If you feel like you're good and you don't want to connect with me, that's fine. You can also text me, but I want to make sure everybody who wants a one-on-one gets one. So we're about to go back to the main session. Let's show some team spirit in the chat again, and we'll just say Team Brandon's ready for day 2. We'll just keep it simple today. But good job, everybody. And you all keep learning, keep taking notes, be aware of where you're strong, where you're weak, and where we need to improve. And I will see you all later today.
Chat, Team Brandon, Team Team Brady, getting hot in the chat. Y'all, if you're showing team spirit, give yourself 500 PowerPoints. As a reminder, at the end of the day today, we're going to be giving out some prizes to those of you who have the most points. So the more you engage, doing your homework, showing up on time, being in the chat, being awesome, all those things give you PowerPoints. So make sure you're tracking those, because every time I get to the end of day 2, somebody's in the chat saying they didn't count. I didn't keep track. I'm like, well, I can't win if you don't keep track. All right, y'all. Well, let's dive back in. I think there's a really huge opportunity that's in front of us right now. How many of you in your breakout room just now had a moment where you realized, I'm standing at the kind of crossroads, maybe the precipice of something huge, and you felt like now is the time? How many of you had that kind of feeling? As you're going through this process, you're like, okay, this is something real. Now, you may think that you came to this event and you're deciding to trade right now because of what's going on in your personal life. Maybe you're looking at how much things cost, right? And you're like, I don't really have that much coming in. Or maybe you got some big expenses that you need to take care of. Maybe you got some medical stuff or some debt stuff that you got to deal with. Maybe you're at a certain place because of your age where you're coming into retirement, or, you're looking at like, you can't really make a career shift. Yet underneath all of your personal individual reasons for being here, there's something happening right now that makes this moment in time critical, not just for you individually, but for all of us. Anybody know what I'm talking about right now? Like, why is right now, 2026, such a critical time to be making a shift in how you earn your income? I think the next 3 to 5 years are going to change everything. And I'm not the only person who thinks this. So I spend a lot of time with business executives, people in Silicon Valley, people with 80, 100, 150 million dollar companies, people that have a lot of employees. And this is stuff that's like happened in the last 45 days. This isn't like, something that's going to happen 5 years in the future. This isn't something that happened a year ago. We're talking like just since February, we're seeing large companies laying off as much as 30% of their workforce because of artificial intelligence. Is anybody here using ChatGPT, Gemini, X? Okay. So those are chatbots, right? It's an opportunity to have a conversation with AI. It's really insightful. It can help me figure out how to, make chicken a la king with what I've got in the fridge, and that's cool. But has anybody here played with agents? Maybe not, because that's what they're doing in Silicon Valley. That's what's allowing McKinsey to have 50,000 employees and now 60,000 agents who do not sleep, who work 24/7, who never unionize, and cost literally nothing to have on staff working around the clock. The age of agentic employees is not coming, it is already here. And the companies that are implementing this right now are gaining efficiency over their competitors like has never been seen. So they're not going to just stop doing it, right? The people that are waiting and wake up 5, 10 years from now are going to be like not even 5 years from now. I'm talking like in the next 3 years. It's going to be a rude awakening for a lot of people. And we're already seeing Google said they're laying off 30,000 employees. That was over a year ago. How many are they laying off now? We're talking about 30% workforce reductions. I saw a statistic the other day by 2027, 50% of white collar jobs are gone. White collar, not blue collar, white collar, right? Which is going to make things a lot cheaper. Like if you're somebody listening to this right now, or you love somebody and you're listening to this right now who makes their money by clicking buttons on a computer, that job is gone in the next 24 months. Right? Because anything and everything that you can do with a computer can now be done with these AI tools, right? I'm personally building like applications and stuff that I was never capable of doing before. I built something in a day last month that I actually had bid out for a 3-month build and $10,000 a couple years ago. And I built it in a day for $200 a month. This is awesome for some people, and it's scary as hell for others. I think this is the reason why when I see articles about teenagers becoming millionaires, right? 20 somethings inside our very community making all of this money trading the markets, there's a reason why younger generations are not even trying to become doctors and lawyers. There's a reason why they're not even trying to go into the workforce, because they know that the job isn't going to be there by the time they make it. I graduated college, or I would have graduated college in 2008, right? My generation, it wasn't really a good job market when we went into it. And so we've kind of been trained to look for something different. We've been trained to, have 5, 6, 7 different businesses or companies that we work for by the time we're 50 years old, right? The baby boomer and Gen X world where you got to work for like one company or be in one industry your whole life, it's gone. And so when I look at all of this and I look at the people who are making money right now, the question I ask myself is, who's willing to actually learn and get in front of this thing? And who are the people who are going to be stuck getting that universal basic income that we hear about? The World Economic Forum saying that by the year 2030, you will, quote, own nothing and be happy. Does anybody here want to own nothing and be happy? Does that sound exciting for anybody besides Karl Marx? I mean, think about this. Now, you might think that's insane. Nobody would ever own nothing. Well, have you met a Gen Z? They don't own their house. They don't even own a car. A lot of them are renting scooters to get to school or get to work. They don't own their phones, right? We're living in a world where everything is owned by giant mega corporations or the government and is being leased or given to the people who need it. And we're moving into a world where you're going to have to depend on someone else for your bread. Is anybody here okay with that? I'm not. And so for me and my family, I want to position myself to where I get to earn from this. And so here's where this is actually a beautiful thing, because I know it can be scary, but I would be remiss not to talk about it when I've got a class full of people who are trying to make a shift in their financial life, and they might think that they're here because of what's happening in their personal life. But I can tell you, you're here because of what's happening in the bigger picture, whether you know it or not. We have an opportunity right now, unlike we have ever had before. In the, I don't even know the years, 1200s, 1500s, we had the Industrial Revolution. Boon for society eventually, but in the beginning, all that money just went to the millionaires, right? Which today would be billionaires if you adjust for inflation. The difference this time is that all the money that is going to be shifting away from the labor market, right? And there are going to be people that are fighting it the same way that taxis fought Uber, and they're going to lose the same way that taxis fought Uber, right? All of that money is going to shift from being in the labor force to being in publicly traded companies. What does that mean for us? It means we get to participate wherever the money goes, right? If it goes into AI chips, we get to participate by owning NVIDIA or SOXX if you want to be able to spread your risk, right? If it goes into robotics, don't even get me started. Like, we haven't even touched blue collar yet, but as soon as Elon's robots hit, as soon as there's a Optimus in every home, man, you're not going to have as much blue collar labor force either. And we're going to have a really beautiful thing, which is where everything gets really cheap, right? Because it doesn't cost, hundreds of thousands of dollars to have, a small business running with a labor force. Now robots can do everything. AI can do everything. Things are going to get really cheap, but there's going to be people with less money to be able to afford to pay for the things that are really cheap, right? It's going to be like the Roman Republic all over again, throwing bread out to the people in the Colosseum. And so when we look at all of this and we see that there's an opportunity, what do we do? Because last 7-figure cycle, this guy, Jack Kellogg, anybody know who that is? Who knows Jack? So this guy, it's like early 20s at the time. He finds Tim Sykes. He discovers the millionaire formula. Now, for him, he didn't have the unfortunate privilege of being a super smart guy who did well in school and was on a good career path, right? And I call it an unfortunate privilege because if those of you who 5-10 years ago, when Jack was sitting there parking cars for people, valet drivers, you were in a good career, you were, making your comfortable money. You didn't take the actions he took 10 years ago. So you're in a class today, and that's okay. No shame. But also, he was fortunate enough to be in a situation where he knew he had no other prospects, right? And so he's like, I got to learn how to trade. And so he learns from Tim Sykes, okay, how do I trade? And he goes, from making a couple $100 a day to making a couple $1,000 a day to now, all these years later, he's over $25 million in profit, making as much as $1 million in a single day. And I need to update that number. I think it might be 2 million in a single day now. Definitely 2 million in a single trade. It was BYND earlier or later last year. And I look at a story like this and I say, okay, well, then this is possible for anybody in this room. I'm not saying we got to all go make 25 million. How many of you be okay with 10% of that? Right? That'd be great. But he didn't get there by trying to make millions of dollars, right? He also didn't get there by sitting on his hands and being comfortable. He worked his butt off, right? And he started small and then he scaled up from there. And today he's more than just the number one penny stock trader. He's more than just Tim's number one student. He's now actually built services for us. He's built tools for us. He's a common and frequent guest out at our conferences. He's a mentor inside the challenge. So anybody here know the difference in a Roth IRA and a traditional IRA? So some people don't realize the scaling opportunity available to us when we're trading. But Jack wanted to prove something. So about 2 years ago, he put $10,000 of his Roth IRA money into a brand new account. So he moved it into a new trading account. Okay. Now in a Roth IRA, what happens is the money you put in has already been taxed. So it grows tax free. So when he takes it out at 65 and a half, or he's Gen Z. So what are they going to move the age to for Gen Zs? Like 90. So when he takes it out, when he gets to retirement age, does he have to pay any taxes on it? No. So he takes this money, he builds this program called Power Signal Indicator, where he's going to actually alert every time that he takes a trade with this $10,000. And so he starts finding these, big volume trades, a lot of them gappers over the evening. So it's a swing trade, a short-term swing trade. And he grows that 10,000 to 20,000 to 40,000 to 80,000. That account has now been open for 2 years. Anybody know how much he's grown it to? I'm just checking. He sent me a message on March 7th because I asked him to update me because I've been saying 2 million. $3 million. 10,000 to 3 million. That is $2,990,000. After taxes, that is $2,990,000. Guys, this is the power. But he didn't start there. He didn't start with opening $10,000 accounts and taking them to $3 million. What he started with was, how do I just produce some cash flow so that I don't have to keep working this stupid job that has me running to go pick up rich people's cars for them? You see, this is the first step that most people miss. They focus on trying to grow this account, grow this account, grow this account. But the first step is really just, how do I pay some bills? How many of you would be excited if 3 months from now you were looking at your spreadsheet and your trade log, which absolutely you should be keeping, and you saw consistency there, consistency to the point that you had 800, 900, $1,000 a month coming in. How many of you that would feel like, holy, yeah, I'm making some progress here, right? Aim small, miss small. And so I'm not trying to make millions of dollars. Just the mistake most people make. They come to us after they've blown 30, 60, sometimes $100,000 in the stock market, given their money to smarter traders on the other side of a screen who never teach them anything. And then they come to us and they're like, I don't got any money left. Teach me how to trade. It's like, you should have come to us first, man. We're happy to let you give your money to smarter traders, but we'll teach you what you're not learning. But the first goal is just pay some bills. Don't try and go too big. But once we are paying some bills and we have consistency and we know our numbers, now we can do the big thing, which is to scale. And this is what's beautiful. Some of you know my story. I've had 8 different or 9 different businesses now in 8 different industries, and made millions of dollars across those businesses. Some of them made 7 figures a year, some made 6 figures a year, and I will talk more about that later. But when I look at, what does it take to scale those businesses, a lot of times I changed businesses because the only way I could scale was I had to take on all of these extra employees, or I had to like completely change the business, or I had to come up with new products. Guys, we have students in this classroom right now, students inside of our challenge program, who one of them might make $1,000 on a trade, trading a ticker from 45 cents to $1.10, and somebody else makes $10,000 on the exact same trade on the exact same run. The beautiful thing about what we do here is you can scale this. All you got to do is add money to it. And so once you're making that consistent $1,000 a month, now the next question is, can you make enough to replace an income? How many of you, this is your primary goal for trading? Anybody here trying to not have to pull from pull from your retirement account or depend on Social Security? Does anybody here want to walk away from the job that you have now or replace it before AI takes it? This is step 2, not step 1. So don't rush this. Step 1 is let's just get consistency. This is something that I was taught when I was in the roofing business. So I had a contracting company way back in like 2009, 10. Is he taught me is like, go knock on doors, right? He's like, they're not all going to say yes. In fact, more will say no than will say yes. But once you knock on 100 doors, you're going to know what your win rate is, what your percentage of people who say yes to getting the deal done for their house. So once I knew my percentage, that gave me confidence, right? Employees don't think like this. Employees think that every door I knock, I should get paid. If I gave you my time, you owe me money. Some labor theory of value BS that's already been completely debunked for like 300 years, but people still think it. If I spent time on something, value is created. Go dig a hole and fill it back up. Spending time on something doesn't create value. What creates value is exchange. Somebody else that wants something that I have. Well, that's exactly what we're doing here. So once I know that 80% of the time when I follow this specific strategy, whether it's the ABCD strategy, it's a breakout, it's an afternoon VWAP hold, once you know your pattern, your strategy, and your win rate, it's just scaling, which ultimately allows us to do something that pretty much no other business allows us to do, which is follow the exact same process we've been following for the last 3, 4, 5 years and create generational wealth. Jack is doing the same thing today in 2026 that he was doing in 2018. That's the key takeaway here. The only difference is the size. And the size comes with the confidence. And the confidence comes with the repetition. And the repetition comes from training and training and training and being on webinars with Tim Bowen and being on webinars with Tim Sykes and being on webinars with Bryce Toohey and learning how they're doing these things. It's the repetition that creates the confidence that allows us to scale, and the scale that changes our life. How many of you understand what I'm saying here? So in a moment here, I'm going to pass you over to Bryce, but I want you to understand what's at stake here, but also what's possible. The market is giving us a glimmer of hope right now. There are some huge opportunities available, but we got to approach it the right way. And we have to have the courage to reach out and grab it, because 3 to 5 years from now, we will not have the opportunity that we have today. And it's just the reality. All right. Now we're going to shift the conversation here a little bit to actually talk about artificial intelligence, to talk about algorithms, to talk about how this stuff isn't just coming for jobs, but it's empowering us to trade better. In fact, I want to show you guys something pretty cool here. But before I do, yesterday, Tim Bowen talked to us about swing trades. You guys remember that? And how many of you like the idea of being able to get into a trade today and get out in a week, 2 weeks, so you're not having to watch it every single second? This fits really well for those of you with day jobs and things going on. You like, put swing in the chat if you like swing trades. Is anybody here already swing trading? So I'm sure you guys watch the stock market, not just the small caps, but the big caps. What would you say are some good swing trade opportunities right now? There's a lot of stuff that's pretty cheap since the Iran war started, right? So what would you say are some good opportunities that we could buy right now, maybe cash out big, late spring, early summer, or maybe even in the next couple of weeks? Give me some tickers in the chat. SWMR, LUNR. Gold, I'm guessing, is GLD or IAU. Okay. SATL. All right. If you gave me a ticker, give yourself 500 power points, because here in a little bit, I'm going to show you the power of artificial intelligence. But first, it's time for us to get into tools of the trade. So far this weekend, we've covered basically that there are different types of trades. We've talked about day, we've talked about swing, we talked about the criteria we look for in a trade. How many of you feel like you've learned a lot already? Right? Well, we got a lot more we're still going to cover today. In fact, we're going to dive into next what really separates the pros from the amateurs or the tourists, right? In every industry that I've had a business in, I noticed that, people at the top didn't just have knowledge and connections. The people who were the best in the business had the best tools of that business, right? I hired a contractor to come out and build me a patio out behind my house so that this summer I can look down on the chicken coop in the garden and see where the kids are running and playing and be outside with my wife. And I'm really excited about what he's building. And dude, this guy showed up with all these different tools I'd never even seen before. Right? That's a professional. He didn't just show up like with the shovel and he's trying to like do everything with one tool. He's got all of these different tools. When I was in my screen printing business, we had all of these different tools we would use. When I was in my contracting business, man, I had like technology that could allow me to like measure the size of a person's roof and figure out how many shingles I needed by looking at a satellite image. And then it could put it into another software and tell me based off of actuarial data, like how much I should be charging for these things if I was doing cash versus going to insurance. Like there's all this technology that was built. I didn't have to build it, right? But within 6 months of coming into that new industry, I sure as hell was buying it. And so one of the things that I found is if you have technology, you just are able to kind of get ahead of the competition, right? Is anybody here a doctor or a dentist, a mechanic or a carpenter? I mean, how big of a difference does it make to have the right tool for the job? So what we're about to show you, I want to be clear, these are premium tools, okay? There's no way around it. It costs millions of dollars to develop it, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month just to keep the data rolling in, to keep these things working for how many students that we have using them. So just the same, it's not really about what it costs. It's about what it can make us, right? Because if I can get an ROI on something, fantastic, let's do it. So if you're going to be in this industry, you should probably know what your options are when it comes to tools, right? You guys agree with that? Who wants to see the tools the best traders are using right now to make money in the market? We'll talk day trade. We'll talk swing trade. We'll show you a couple different strategies. All right, cool. Then let's get Mr. Bryce Toohey up here. I didn't give you guys a full introduction for Bryce, so I'm going to do that right now. What I love about Bryce's story, anybody here know Matt Monaco? Some of you've heard of Matt Monaco. So Matt was one of Tim Sykes's early millionaires. He was, I think, in the first 15 of them. And Bryce, you were his roommate at that time, weren't you, man? I just saw Bryce on here. He's not. He was right next to me.
I'm back.
There he
I
is.
was closing that door behind me.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Yeah. So
Yeah,
you were his roommate and you saw him making all this money and you're like, maybe I should try this out.
Yeah, I mean, I met Matt Monaco in college and he was just starting trading. And when you're just starting off, a lot of times you don't know what you don't know. So there'd be these days where Matt Monaco's got like a $2,000 account and he makes like $1,500. Now, of course, being a newbie trader, he'd like get it back in a couple of days. But we were both, obviously, Matt Monaco was like, there's something here. And I'm looking at him like, yeah, that's like 4 months worth of my rent right now. You just made it in a couple hours. I need to figure this out. And that was what got me hooked.
Yeah. And then, one of the things I really loved about your story was, and you might share this later, and I don't want to give too much of it away, but when you weren't doing so well in the beginning, right? So, Bryce, like all of us, chose like, I need to be in the challenge, be learning from the right people. But still, even when you join it, you're still going to have to learn, right? So you said you went a little too big, you're blowing up some money, and then you were like, I'm just going to trade small, right? And can you talk a little bit about that? If I'm not taking away from what you're going to share later?
No, of course. Yeah, basically, again, I mean, you got to realize a lot of money for me at the time was I was making a couple $100 a week in college. And so I had like a $2,000 account and so I'd lose like $200 or $300 in a day, which is like 10% of your account. And then I'd make like 50 or 100. And I had this one point where I made money every day for 2 weeks straight, like $50, $50. And then in one day I gave it all back. And that was that breaking point for me, that moment where I've been working so hard for so long, like I've got this down, and just demoralizing. And so I said to myself, okay, I've got two choices here, right? I can either take this seriously and figure this out the right way. I was already in the challenge, but yeah, I feel like I wasn't fully taking it seriously. So you still got to do your part. Or I can give this up and go work a normal job and have a normal life and, be honestly, unfortunately, that the world would have been really tough for where I'm at right now with AI.
Yeah.
So I'm glad I made the decision I did. And so I just said process over profits. I'm just going to do the right thing, even if it means trading one share at a time, and just get the consistency down, get the confidence that I can do this. And that would be basically if I had a losing trade, I'd lose $2. And by the end of the year, I'd made my first $100,000.
It's amazing.
6 months
And
later.
this is people just, they don't always get this in the beginning because they think bigger account means bigger money. A lot of times people will come in here and they'll be like, I'm going to be Tim's next millionaire because I'm starting with $500,000. And then that person just blows up their whole account. It's not how much money is in your account. That's not the key here. The key is getting good at the skill. And you were doing this before we had tools, before we had Oracle, right? Like, I want to just kind of like hop off here and let you segue into
Of
this now.
course.
Like, show us how algorithms changed the game. I think this is only like 4 years ago or something that this came out, but it's made the process that you went through that maybe took you all of that time. It probably would have shortened that quite a bit, I think, if you would have had this
Drastically.
tool. Yeah.
Drastically. And yeah, this is kind of a perfect transition here. So thank you, Trey.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, guys, to be really clear, so for the first 2 years of my trading, a lot of it was figuring it out. I didn't join the challenge right when I started learning. It was a few months later. So I was trying to tell myself I can do this all alone. I can do it all by myself. And of course, that didn't work out too well. And that's when I got the right help. But what Trey says when Trey says that process could have been shortened, what I found was the most important thing during my first 2 years was stock selection. These days, it's the most important thing for me personally. I heard a great trader. He's a nine-figure trader, over $100 million. And he said something really simple, but really effective. He said, if you give a bad trader a good stock and a good trader a bad stock, the bad trader will win. Meaning that the name of the game is really, if you're in the right stock, it's a lot easier to make money. If you're in a stock that literally goes sideways all day, you're probably just going to get chopped up. But if you're in a stock that is positioned to likely go up, you don't need to be perfect. You just need to capture a part of that move. And so I had a question for you guys really quick before I start sharing my screen here. By a show of hands, or just let me know in the chat, who in here made a watch list last night? Seeing lots of folks. Okay, beautiful. Now, in the chat, please let me know how many hours did it take you? How long did it take you to make that watch list? 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours? Like, roughly how much time would you say you spent? Yeah, seeing a lot of folks in the 1+ hour range. I saw a couple of 30-minute range. That's actually pretty good, but it's still a lot of time at the end of the day, right? I mean, if you're thinking about that 30 minutes every single day, that's just for the watch list. That's before any trading starts. Now, all of a sudden, you're 2.5 hours in for the week before you even started trading, before you even started reviewing and studying. Now, what I want to do here, and yeah, no, I see 3 hours because I'm a noob. No, I mean, listen, the truth of the matter is, even when before Oracle was around, before these other tools were around, AI and these systems, even when I was really good at it, I'd say it still took me at the bare minimum 30 minutes a day. I would spend between 30 and 60 minutes making a watch list, because then you start adding new strategies. Then you start looking for new stocks. You start looking for different things. So you get really good at like building one little bit of a watch list, but now you have a different trade setup you want to take. So it adds back more time. I ask this because, well, number one, I just was curious to see how much work you guys put in. Number two, I would actually love to see if you guys could give me a couple of trades. Give me one ticker from your watch list. Give me your favorite stock, and we're actually going to go through those here on the screen. I actually want to I'd like to go through and essentially kind of grade, not actually grade. You're not going to get points taken on or off for this, but I want to see kind of what you guys had here. Sky Q, Lunar, and Swimmer. Okay, cool. Let's go with those three. I've seen a lot of those come through. SWNR, SWMR, Swarmer, Lunar, and what was the other one I said? SATL? I said SkyQ, but I meant SATL. My apologies. But I'll put up SkyQ too. So let me go ahead and let's officially get started sharing the screen here first of all. All right, can you see my, yeah, you should be able to see my stocks trade here. Perfect. See Judith nodding her head. Great. Let's get started off with, we'll do Swarmer. We will do SkyQ, Lunar, and Saddle. I see a lot of you guys ended up settling on these. I know there are some other tickers in there as well. And I'd like to go through and basically, like I said, kind of grade these really quick. Now, just type yes in the chat for me if you remember. Did you guys learn about Prepare Score? What the Prepare Score is? A little bit about it? No, and that's okay if not. There's basically, again, it's a rough scoring system here that we learn in the Tim Sykes community. And it's, again, it really is just about making sure you're looking at the right types of stocks. Stocks that are positioned to move. Stocks that are, for example, right? You're not going to want to buy a stock that is biased to go down for the day, like a first red day. That's probably not the type of stock that we want to buy. We want to buy a stock that is a small cap stock that can really run, that gives us good risk to reward odds, like the odds of big reward are in our favor, being able to have an easy entry, right? We want something that's liquid, able to move, has a good catalyst, right? All of these, and then the overall market environment. But essentially, these are things that we like to consider when we're buying a stock. Let me get my last one up here. Saddle, Swarmers, oh, Saddle. And so again, last one. We just want to look and see, are these in a good sector? Do they have good news? Are these stocks that can move? Are we trading Apple that's going to move like 2 or 3% for the day? Although now that we're in a more volatile market, we might be able to get it up to like 5% moves. But the stocks that we like to look at, I mean, Saddle's up 18%. I'm going to say yesterday, but I mean, obviously Thursday because the market was closed yesterday. SkyQ, 95% move. Swarmer, 45% move, right? These are the types of stocks that we want to be looking at, stocks that are making big moves. Now, you guys had a good, these are, I mean, obviously SkyQ, this looks to be a stock that could have a nice move moving forward here. Swarmer, we'll get to this in just a minute, one of my personal favorites. In fact, I actually have a small position in this over the weekend. And then Lunar and Saddle, they're a little bit kind of bigger companies, a little bit slower moving. I mean, Saddle's a near $1 billion company. Lunar's a $5 billion company. And for reference, SkyQ is an $18 million company. But even though these might not be traditional small caps, Lunar and Saddle, they're in the space industry. And we just obviously launched Artemis 2. That's a pretty good catalyst, right, for these types of stocks. So I'd still consider these good. In fact, I think all these stocks that a lot of you guys have settled on are good. But that being said, right, Lunar, Saddle, I saw a lot of these come through. And while I'm not going to sit here and say these are bad stocks at all, I mean, the daily charts look good. These just aren't going to be stocks where you double your money in a day, right? This is a stock that best case scenario, right, yesterday, I ran 18%. So if you had put $1,000 into Lunar, rather, yesterday and timed it perfectly, you'd make about $180. Now, something like SkyQ, while it didn't move a ton after the market opened, right? In pre-market, this ran from $2.50 to $6.50. Now, I'm not great at math, but I think that comes out to about a 150% peak move. Now, again, we're assuming perfect timing here for just a second, right? But had a trader been right on top of it when the news came out, their news was, okay, this is, so, well, another good example of catalyst and market environment. It looks to be, this is an energy stock. And what's going on in the world right now that might spark energy stocks? The Iran war, right? And so these are the types of catalysts that we got to keep in our mind. Perfectly timed, a trader could have theoretically turned a $1,000 account into $2,500, $1,000 position into a $2,500 position. So making about $1,500 in profit. As a small cap trader, these are the opportunities that I want to be looking for, because the truth of the matter is, who in here feels confident they could capture the entire move every time? They're going to buy at the bottom, sell at the top. Not me. But if I can capture just a small piece of this, right? 18% move is like one of these candles versus a stock like Lunar. Now, if you're swing trading and you're in for a little bit longer position, different story. But what Lunar did all day on Thursday could have been done in like 3 minutes on SkyQ on Thursday. These are the type of stocks that I love to trade for day trading. Now, as mentioned, you guys built your watch lists, right? You found some stocks, and again, not sitting here saying Lunar and Saddle are bad. They're just not going to be your big, quick movers. Now, here's problem number 2, right? SkyQ goes on the watch list. The truth of the matter, now, I want to preface this really quick. Am I saying that this cannot make a move in the future? No. But the big move kind of already happened, right? Like we already got a really big move on SkyQ. And to be completely honest with you, well, it made a really big move in pre-market. And just for reference, this lighter blue section on your screen right here is pre-market. It's 4 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. This darker middle section here is when the market actually opened. I'm not going to say there weren't opportunities to trade here, but it more or less just kind of went sideways. If you bought this at 9:30, you'd basically be break even by the end of the day. The entire move was in pre-market. Swarmer, same thing, right? Well, we'll get to this one in just a moment. I do still like this stock quite a bit. But again, a lot of this move already happened. Could it still move? I think so. This is a pretty nice breakout chart. And it also is in the right sector. It's artificial intelligence, drones, looking to be used, probably, I would assume, for the war. Now, the reason I'm bringing all this up right now is because these stocks we found from our watch list, a lot of these stocks like SkyQ kind of already made their move. What's going to happen if every single day we continue to find the stocks that made the biggest move after they happen? Well, we'll get to learn a little bit, but it's not necessarily going to help us actually take the trade. And this is where that tool that Trey was talking about a few minutes ago, Oracle, it's really freaking cool because it's not just, well, actually, I might as well just show it to you. Obviously, market's closed right now, so I can't actually show it to you like live in action. Although they say that we might be trading on weekends down the road, so that might change. But for right now, market's closed. So what I am going to do is we screenshot it every day. And I want to go ahead and grab it real quick. And I want to show you guys basically how this thing works from start to finish here, because really what it does. So this is our screenshot from Thursday. It's not only building the watch list for you for the day, for us traders, it's also creating a game plan. So when you build your watch list, right, it's not just about finding the right ticker. I wish it was that simple, right? But after you find the right ticker, that's step 1, right? Then step 2 is knowing what price are you going to buy. Step 3 is knowing what price you're going to sell for a profit if the trade works. Not just going to hold it forever. These stocks obviously will come back down at some point. They're not probably going to be the next Amazon or the next Google. They're being traded based on hype. And then step 4 is what happens if you're wrong. Listen, I mean, I don't know a single trader that has 100% win rate. Not even artificial intelligence has 100% win rate, right? Like there is no such thing as that in the market. And I was listening to a story the other day of a trader. This was from years back, but he had an 85% win rate, right? And that sounds great, and it is great. But he was still unprofitable because the 15% of the time that he lost like lost everything. He lost all of the previous gains that he made. So it's not only about win rate, but then also, as Sean King here said, cut your losses, or as Tim Sykes says, cut your losses quickly. This is kind of Tim Sykes says, cut your losses quickly. Tim Grattani, another one of Sykes's best students, also has a slight variation of that, cut your losses intelligently. You kind of do both at the same time, right? And this is where Oracle gets really cool, in my opinion, because not only is it giving us a list of stocks, and I'll show you how all this works in just a minute, it then also tells us what price to buy, 29 cents. It also gives us areas to sell as that trade works. And if the trade fails, we also have a stop loss. This is where, in my opinion anyways, this is what I wish I had access to when I first started trading. This is where I think that first 2 years could have been compounded into, I don't want to go as far as to say just weeks, but a couple of months, right? Because the whole point, again, going back to that trader that I was talking about earlier, give a good trader a bad stock, give a bad trader a good stock. The bad trader will win. A lot of it just comes down to having your eyes in front of the right trades. And I want to go ahead really quick and show you. So our top 3 trades, literally ranked from worst to best on, or best to worst on Oracle: GV, BDRX, SELX, right? Okay, well, I want to go ahead and just show you real quick what these 3 trades looked like on Thursday. GV, it opened the morning at 9:30 at 27 cents. It hit a high of nearly 60 cents. It ran about 100%, just shy of it, from its opening price in the first hour of the day. BDRX didn't run quite as much, but still, this ran from about 90 cents a share up to $1.35. So a little over a 35% run in 25 minutes or so. And then SELX, same thing. Am I going to sit here and say this was going to double your account in the blink of an eye? No. But it did go from 47 cents to 64 cents in, again, about 45 minutes, right? And by the way, you might be noticing a pattern. Whoa, all these moves happen in the first like 30 or 45 minutes of the day. That's one of our most obviously volatile times in the trading day. Now, if I were just to show you these charts and say, all right, that's really all it is, that'd look good. But then we kind of got to get into the entries and the exits, right? And you might notice something else here too. Do me a favor, just let me know in the chat if this pattern sounds familiar to you. How many of you are familiar with the dip and rip pattern? Anyone here? Type yes or me in the chat. Lots of yeses. I've seen a couple of no's. Learning it right now. Cool. So the dip and rip pattern, and I'm not going to sit here and say this is every one of Oracle's trades. But the dip and rip pattern is something that I actually learned from Tim Bowen, which you guys got to work with yesterday. And this is one of those patterns that captures a lot of volatility in the morning. The problem with the dip and rip pattern is it does happen on a lot of stocks. So it's not to say that you trade the dip and rip pattern and you're going to make money. It's to say if you find the right stock to trade a dip and rip on, you have a higher likelihood, or you've got a really solid entry point. You got a really solid stop loss point. And again, if you're in the right stock, your odds of success just naturally increase. In each and every one of these 3 stocks did the dip and rip pattern. So I'm going to show you guys what that is really quick. Because again, Oracle actually does this part for you. And this is where it's really nice to not need to kind of sort through a lot, especially if you're still in that learning phase. But to at the very least know that you've got a really good pattern backing you on a lot of Oracle's top trades. Right. And so the idea of the dip and rip is really quite simple. The stock is likely gapping up. GV closed the previous day at 21 cents and it opened the next day at 27 cents. Now, doesn't sound like a lot, but for a 20-cent stock, that's like a 30% gap up, maybe a little bit more, 35%. I failed math in college, so probably not the best person to be asking percentages to. But regardless, right, the stock gaps up. It has good news. It's on Oracle's list for that exact reason. Oracle is basically going through every single aspect of the prepare scoring system. And obviously then using math as well to find stocks with the best catalysts that are in the right market environment, that are small cap stocks that have the potential to make big runs. And it's got an incredible success rate. This is something that I'll use in the mornings to kind of double check my watch lists for. But back to the dip and rip really quick. We're looking for stocks that basically right when the market opens, in the first couple of minutes, they should start dipping. The reason a stock that gaps up starts dipping is because you got profit takers, right? If someone that's been in this trade for a couple of days or weeks, they get that gap up, awesome, sell for a profit. Maybe a couple of silly short sellers are thinking that's the highest it can go, and they just start short selling it. But the point being is that for the first couple of minutes, within the first couple of minutes of the market opening, the stock dips. And so again, literally our first minute, GV dips. BDRX, same exact thing. The market opens right here. We dip for the next 4 minutes. SCLX, market opens, the stock dips, right? But then what ends up happening is during the dip and rip, we get our breakout of that level right there where the market opened. So I just want to keep, yeah. Rini says, wow. Well, this is where it gets crazier, in my opinion, right? We're going to mark each and every one of these levels really quick. Roughly 48 cents right here, right? BDRX. Our high before it started dipping right there, about 97 cents. GV, right? 28 cents. Now, when I go and show you where Oracle recommends entering, you're going to notice that it's pretty dang close to every one of those levels we just talked about. It might be like a penny higher, right? To actually confirm that the breakout is happening. But our dip and rip is really simple. We're letting it dip, and then we're buying as it breaks out over that level. And you'll notice that on each one of these stocks, it never came back. You never had to worry about being down for the next 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes, right? Now, again, a lot of these stocks will eventually give up their gains by the end of the day. This is why, as a day trader, it is really important that we're not just holding on to these stocks forever. When we get our profits, we take them. Tim Sykes says, you'll never go broke taking profits, and I completely agree. By the way, probably just important to note, Oracle also has sell signals along the way up. In the case of BDRX, we had a sell signal here at $1.23. Is it perfect? Does it nail the top? No, neither will you or neither will I. But being able to sell into strength, if you're buying at around 97 cents, and who here would be happy buying at 97 cents and then about 10 minutes later selling at $1.23? Right? Who here would take their profits into that strength? Yeah, of course. I hope so. I don't mean to say that every single trade works. That would be crazy. But when you're looking at the right stocks and you have a game plan for those stocks, it makes it a whole lot simpler. SCLX, same thing, right? Is Oracle going to be spot on with its sell signals every freaking time? No. But a lot of times it is. Our buy here is at 47 cents. We had an exit at 61 cents. Pretty close to the top. GV, we're going to have a lot of sell signals on this one. And obviously, you can determine what kind of trader you want to be, right? If you're someone that would be comfortable, right, buying at 27 cents and then selling at 33 cents, phenomenal, right? If you're a little bit more aggressive and you want to go for that next profit target, in this case, this one works too. And then we had a really aggressive profit target at 51 cents. That last profit target was a near 100% gain. A lot of times what I like to do personally, just giving you my own 2 cents here before I actually show you how this Oracle works, not that you're seeing it, but I like to take profit off at different target prices, right? So if I buy 1,000 shares, I might sell like 300 or 400 into my first profit target. Then I might sell another 200 at my next profit target. And you know what? If I have a third profit target and it gets really close, but it doesn't quite hit, I can just sell the rest for profit here. Right. So as that trade works, I'll sell some and then I'll, if it continues to work, great. And if not, I'm locking in a win. It doesn't really matter. And listen, some trades will just fail. Some every now and then you'll just buy a trade and it just doesn't. Anyone felt that before? You buy a trade and it instantly turns on you? Happens to all of us. I promise you that. And so this is why it's important to have that plan before you go into a trade. And so coming back to Oracle really quick, let's just first of all review, and I'm going to zoom this in and then draw so you guys can actually see. These are like the 3 most important points of Oracle for me personally, right? So first and foremost, we've got our symbol. Stocks that are green are ones that we're going to be looking to buy. Ones that are red, we can just generally take off our list. These are stocks that Oracle views as a better short. So we're really just looking for these green stocks. Where's my eraser? Or even better, trash. There we go. You'll notice the top 3 stocks on Oracle's dashboard were green. It's a good sign. So that's number 1. We're just looking for what stocks does Oracle say are likely to be the best stocks today. Now, number 2 is we've got our signal price, right? Our signal entry price. This is where Oracle is telling us to buy these stocks. And so I'm going to go back really quick to just a minute, or for just a minute here. GV, our entry is at 29 cents. BDRX, our entry is at 98 cents. SCLX, our entry is at 49 cents. All right, let's keep that in mind. 29, 98, 49. Let's go to GV, 29 cents. So Oracle told us to buy right here. The dip and rip broke and it confirmed. BDRX told us to buy right here. Broke out at 97 and we buy a penny later. The breakout confirmed. SCLX, I believe it said 49 cents. Let me double check that. I think it was 49. 49 cents for SCLX. Once again, the dip and rip breaks out and we confirm, right? Oh, no chart. Do you see a chart? Is there a chart on your guys' screen? Okay, cool. Thank you guys. I see people nodding their heads. All right. My point being, though, it lines up really well with one of Tim Bowen's favorite patterns a lot of the time. Again, where you got to be careful is that there are like tens of thousands of stocks trading on the market. You'll find a dip and rip on thousands of those, but the ones that are most likely to work are the stocks that are likely to be the strongest for the day. And then last but not least, we've got our stop loss prices with Oracle as well. Now, again, there's actually new Oracle 2.0. These are screenshots from the old version. It's even cleaner on Oracle 2.0. So just to be clear, right, this will look a little bit different. It's a lot cleaner now, but every single trade is going to come with a stop loss. And to me, that's like the most important thing. Now, we'll get into a lot of this a little bit later here as we go through more patterns and different setups. In particular, to preface really quick, the ABCD we'll be going into a little bit. But my point is that this, for me, is something I guess I just wish that I had when I first got started. Because the number one thing that you can do is, obviously you saw with your watch list building last night, is you got to find the right stock. Right? Now, question, type GV if you would have rather bought GV on Thursday, and type Lunar if you would have rather bought Lunar on Thursday. Lunar ran 18%, GV ran over 100%, or right around 100%, 27 to 60. Yeah, ran over 100%. I'm seeing everyone say GV. And not to say that Lunar was bad, but obviously I think we can all agree GV was better, right? When you can find the right stocks and put the right stocks in front of your face every single day, for me anyways, and every trader I know, trading has gotten significantly simpler. And so I wanted to show you guys how Oracle works, and I guess what I wish I had when I first started trading, but something that's been helping a lot of traders in this community. I am going to hand the mic back to Trey here because I'll be back in a little bit to actually get more in depth with some setups here.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Bryce. Y'all, how many of you think that that's a pretty amazing tool? It's pretty powerful. And you might be wondering, like, is Oracle right all the time? No, it's not. But 82% of the time, when Oracle says it's going north after it passes this price signal, it does do that. How many of you feel like if you had an 82% chance of getting it right, you'd be doing a hell of a lot better with your trading right now? For sure. In fact, Asia, do you have a poll for this, y'all? If you're interested in Oracle, just raise your virtual hand if that's something that you think would be powerful to add to your trading arsenal. It's obviously not for everybody, but would you be interested in it? Just say yes in the chat if you can't find the hand raise. And there's a poll here. Actually, that's probably the easiest way to do it. Just click yes in this poll, and that's letting our team know, yeah, I'm interested in this. And later on today, we'll go into the details on how you can get access to Oracle. In fact, normally retail, this is $49.97 for a year, but I'm going to show you a whole hell of a lot better deal than that, a way to get this alongside the challenge and some other things like that. So where did my chat go? There we are. Now I can see the chat. Perfect, y'all. So that is the first tool of the trade. What I want to kind of shift into next, and Asia, you can end that poll in like 5 seconds or so. So make sure you guys answer yes if you're interested in that. The next tool of the trade is artificial intelligence. Like, imagine if you actually had Tim Sykes and Tim Bowen's decades of experience in trading the markets. Where would you be at right now? How would you be trading? Or better yet, imagine if you could just be a fly on the wall looking over their shoulder before they make their trades. Or if you could have Tim looking over your shoulder before you're about to make a bozo move and trade the wrong thing. What I'm about to show you is literally revolutionizing the trading world for institutions and for Main Street traders like us. And it's all because of these two guys right here. Now, one thing that's really cool about Tim and Tim is that they've been training traders like us, new people, to think like professionals for nearly 2 decades. to run a successful trading business, to rewire our thinking, to check our emotions, to trade with confidence. And I think we can all agree that's a pretty tall order. Wouldn't it be easier if we could just clone them? And we each have our own Tim Sykes sitting on our computer, our own Tim Bowen sitting in there. Well, that used to be sci-fi, but it's not anymore. Because of artificial intelligence, y'all, I can now get Tim and Tim's trade ideas. I can get their opinions of the trades that I'm taking, and so can you, in real time because of the power of artificial intelligence. So what happened was a few years ago when ChatGPT hit the scene, Tim Bowen got really excited. He's like, oh man, I'm going to use AI to help me trade. And then has anybody done this? Like gone to GPT and asked it for like trade advice? We all tried it, right? I tried it. Not good results. In fact, it tells you right at the bottom of GPT, GPT can make mistakes. Consider checking important information. Multiple times, I had chat giving me results where the market cap was off by like 30%. Like the size of the company was wrong. And I'm like, this doesn't work. So for me, I just was like, forget it. I'll just not use AI for trading. But Tim Bowen, being the technologist that he is, was like, no, this AI just needs to be programmed properly. And so he got to work with the goal of creating a system that could actually predict accurately, give us a forecast of where are stocks actually on the move, where are they going, in a way that understands the market better than a floor of Wall Street analysts. Now, has anybody here ever, watched Kramer on TV? Or you ever seen analysts that give out, some recommendations or tell you to stay away from stocks? And oftentimes they are just dead wrong. So Tim Bowen was telling me something once privately. And he said, they're not even looking at the same data set. He said, what analysts look at and what institutions look at are not even the same information. And so 6 years ago, Tim actually developed a scoring system called the Institutional Ratings Investment Score, where he could look at a stock and see it through the lens that an institution would be looking at it rather than an analyst. Now, I'm not saying that analysts are intentionally giving us bad information, but it is interesting how sometimes an analyst will say sell, a stock will drop, and then you'll find out institutions were buying it up. Or vice versa, they'll say buy, 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 so that the institutions can be selling, right, and turning us into their exit liquidity. I promise you, at some level, I don't even need to promise you, how many of you already know this? At some level, Wall Street is designed to fleece the public, right? It's designed. They set it up that way. And so in 2019, before we even had large language models, this scoring system identified stocks that analysts were saying to dump that were cranking 200%, 300%, as much as 3,229%, while other people were saying to sell them. So Tim painstakingly, when he sees GPTs on the scene, he's like, I got to use this AI stuff. So he gets with a team of coders and engineers, and they start to actually develop a tool that can do exactly what Tim was doing yesterday with those swing trades. It could do the technical analysis. It could read articles. It could look at filings. It could generate a score and a report just like Tim would do himself manually with his box checker template, except it was actually going to do it using artificial intelligence. The challenge was that's expensive, right? Not just the data for the AI, but the data that you got to get from the stock market. In fact, there's only 2 companies out there that have the scale to be able to do that I know of at least, and that is Stocks to Trade and Bloomberg. Well, thankfully, Tim Bowen knew Tim Sykes, and so they teamed up and developed Iris Analytics, an artificial intelligence tool that's like having a cheat sheet for where the big money is coming from the institutions. So how does this stuff work? Well, I'm not a data technician. I can't really tell you exactly how it all works, but I can tell you what Tim's told me, and that is that this thing is actually going out and crunching the data. So if you liked Oracle, where it's using an algorithm to look at the numbers, what the AI is able to do is go a level deeper. Now, there's certain things I don't really care about when it comes to a day trade, right? So for example, earnings results. Unless those results are today in the next 30 seconds, it's not going to affect my day trade, right? Catalyst events. Okay, I'm looking for those to validate whether or not my day trade is a day trade that could be getting more volume. 52-week barrier, that might do a little bit, price action metrics, but here's things that I never look at. Company fundamentals, sector strength, pivot zone. There's things that as a swing trader that I want to look at that just aren't relevant on an intraday trade, but are extremely important on weeks to months. And so when I'm doing a swing trade, I got to do a little bit more research than just looking at a chart like I might do with a day trade. Well, what Iris does is it actually goes out and it does that research for us. So how good is it? Well, here's an example. In August, Intel wasn't looking so hot, dropped $4.5 billion when China held up a deal for them to acquire a semiconductor company, and the stock fell 10%. Now, you penny stockers are used to stocks falling way more than 10%, but this is a giant mega cap company. right? So when it drops 10%, like most analysts are running for the hills. Well, Tim smelled a rat. He's like, I think there's an opportunity here. So rather than running the numbers himself, this time he puts it into his Iris system and it comes out with a 7.8 score. Now check this out. It literally prints out for him after like 30 seconds of running. After a thorough analysis of INTC, it is clear that the stock represents a worthwhile trading opportunity. It demonstrates profitability as writing on positive news, crucial for viable trading opportunity. Furthermore, the stock has recently had a chart breakout signifying strong buyer interest, which is vital for trades, and gave a moderate risk level of only a 3. So this was a positive trade signal. So Tim trades the stock. Then, a few days later, there's an article in Simply Wall Street talking about insiders placing huge bets on INTC, which means the institutions are not trading what the analysts are seeing. That stock ran 25.7% over the coming weeks, which, if you traded options, would be as much as a 200% return. How many of you here trade options or are interested in trading options? I love options. Options are an amazing way to get leverage because the 25% mover can make me a day trade like return. Right? I'm doing this on a swing trade. Well, 25.7% is not bad either, is it? There's other examples of this, and I could go on and on and on, but I think the main thing you guys want to know is what does it look like? How does it work? And so Iris, if you can use Google, you can use Iris. Okay. In fact, I'm going to test drive it for you right now. Let me change the screen I'm using here. Okay. So earlier, you guys gave me some tickers. Give me some tickers right now that you might be interested in for a swing trade. What do you think might go up over the coming weeks or months? Let me see here. There it is. Okay. So somebody said TURB. Okay, so I'm gonna let's go with STNG. Okay. New report. What else you guys got for me? ART. I think you left a letter off on that one. Let's go SNX. Okay. Grab a couple more. What's crazy about this, y'all, is each one of these would be taking an expert 15 minutes, a novice probably an hour to do research on. And we're just going to toss them in here live while you guys are giving them to me. SQM. RCAT. Someone said Tesla. Tesla's cheap right now, but that doesn't necessarily make it a good trade. Could go down further. RDW. Okay, what else we got? Open. Gold. Oh, shoot. Look at NVIDIA, man. That is not a good score. So we're looking for like a 6.5 or above. And you can see right here that NVIDIA, did I click on that properly? There we go. Okay. So NVIDIA. So remember yesterday when Tim was talking about box checkers, right? It's like when I'm doing a swing trade, I want to make sure it's checking all the boxes. This is not looking good. The only thing that NVIDIA's got going for it is that it's a good company, right? The sector's not hot right now. It's not at a dollar break. It's not at a breakout. It's not near its 52-week high. It doesn't have recent earnings that are solid. Catalyst valid float. Score's only 2.2, y'all. So this one's no bueno. SQM, a little bit higher score, 3.35. It's not just Google, man. Tesla's also going to be producing chips. Or SpaceX, I can't remember. Elon. All right, here's SQM, also not checking as many boxes. It's got a near new 52-week high. Risk level's kind of high. Whoever gave me TURB, STING, SNX, or RCAT, give yourself 500 power points because those are showing up as good swing trading opportunities. That being said, though, the best ones on here, I actually got an email from Oracle on Thursday. It sends me an email every night. And here's our top swing trading opportunity with a score of 8.9 out of 10, checking every box except for one. And this is CFS. Compelling swing trade opportunity with a worksheet of 8.9. Significant price target upgrade by TD Cohen. Near its 52-week high. Recent earnings are positive. Has a catalyst. Risk is only a 4. And here's what's cool. It gives me support and resistance levels, right? So whereas Oracle is doing this for me for day trades by crunching the numbers, swing trades take a little bit more work. But this is doing the same thing for me, crunching the numbers. And while Oracle updates every single second of the day while the market is open, I can pull this as often as I like, right, on a swing trade any day of the week. So here we are on a Saturday, and I'm able to do this. Given the worksheet score of 8.9, it also gives me not just entry and exit prices, but it gives me an idea of position size, right? So I can come down here and I can say, all right, my trading account has, $1,000 in it. Okay, let's calculate. And it says, all right, well, then we'd put $174 into this trade. Or let's say you're more confident because you've been using this for a while and you know how to manage your trades. And you say, okay, I got a $100,000 account. Calculate. Well, now it's 17,490. Some of you are still putting the same dollar amount into every trade. That's not how the game is played. The game is played by the higher conviction I have, the more money I put in. So this helps you do that as well. So that's Iris. How powerful is this? Can you guys see like how fast this is able to do what used to take us like literally hours a day to be able to analyze and figure out? Now, I'm still responsible for pushing the buttons and taking the trades. But at the end of the day, how many of you here would love to have that kind of tool in your arsenal? Can I see some hands up on that? Who would be interested in the swing trading algorithms and artificial intelligence? Asia, I think we have an interest poll for that. So there's an interest poll should be popping up on your screen. It's not a commitment. It's just an interest. It's just saying, hey, this is something that if I'm going to have a one-on-one call with my power team leader later, or, I'm going to be going further in this business, I think I might be interested in this. Very similar to Oracle. It's about $4,995, so $5,000 per year for access to that when you get it by itself. But as promised, I'm going to show you guys a little bit later today how you can actually get this bundled in with the challenge. So if you're choosing the mentorship path and you want to have the swing trader tools, we do have a way to get Iris for a lot less than that. All right, so Oracle's first. Then Iris comes along and changes the game. And if there's one thing I know about these two guys, not only do Tim and Tim love helping students, but they're also extremely competitive with each other. So as soon as Tim Sykes sees that Tim Bowen made an AI tool, Sykes is like, hey, can we make an AI tool for day trading? And the short answer was no. You can't make an AI tool for day trading. And the reason is because as fast as AI is, it's not as fast as the market, right? Like, who here has Oracle? You guys have Oracle? How fast does Oracle update itself? Once per second, right? Tick, tick, tick. It's constantly changing the numbers. AI takes, as you saw, like, what was that? Like 45 seconds, 60 seconds? That can be enough to like wreck everything on a day trade. So Sykes was like, all right, I can't use it for day trades. Oracle's already set up for that. He's like, but there's this other type of trade that Sykes is actually really well known for, and that is his weekend trade. Who here knows about Tim Sykes's weekend trade? Maybe you are part of his weekend windfall or something like that. So he's like, okay, I take these weekend trades whenever there's big news and it's a high conviction trade. And Sykes is a busy guy, so he's not actually like trading every single day, but he makes sure that he trades every single weekend. The reality is that weekend trade happens every day of the week. Every day of the week, right before the market closes, there's news that's released on certain stocks. That causes the volume of people who are interested in buying the stock to increase. That news percolates throughout the evening and in the morning, but the stock market's closed. So what happens if the supply stays the same, the demand increases, but there's no sells happening for 12 hours? What's going to happen in the morning? There's going to be this huge influx and it's going to jack the price up. It doesn't happen 100% of the time, but it happens often enough that Tim has made a ton of money off of these gappers. Now, here's what's cool about gappers is gappers aren't day trades, but they have day trade characteristics. So let me ask you this. You guys are getting good at this stuff now. Day trade, swing trade. What is the benefit of a day trade? Let me know in the chat. What are the benefits of a day trade over a swing trade? Deanne says quick. Okay. Pays the same day. I'm not risking as long. In and out, volatility, right? I can get my capital back faster on a day trade. So on a swing trade, I might get the same return I get on a day trade. The difference is a swing trade takes a few days to weeks to play out. Now, in some situations, that makes sense for me because I'm not going to be watching the market tomorrow. So I want to be in a swing trade that's going to make me some money while I'm on vacation. You know, I can keep an eye on it, check in a couple times per day, right? A swing trade makes sense in some use cases. A day trade, though, is if I'm available, right, to trade today, I'm available tomorrow, I'm available the next day, then I can put my capital in, right, in the morning, and I can take my capital out in the afternoon, for example, right? Well, what an overnight gapper does for me is exactly the opposite. I can put my money in right before it closes and take it out in the morning. So effectively, I'm still getting my capital back to redeploy it within a day. So it's like a day trade. But because I bought it and sold it on a different day, why is that a benefit for me? Why is it a benefit? If I can buy it today and sell it tomorrow, no PDT. You got it. So those of you that know about the PDT rule, if you have less than $25,000 in a margin account, you can't make more than 2 to 3 trades per week. It's just kind of the game right now is you got to have money to make money. But with XGPT, I can actually find these overnight forecasts for some stocks that I can get into today and get out tomorrow morning. And Tim Sykes says this has more than 125,000 times the computational power of the human brain. It identified RVSN in the evening, okay? And then in the morning, a thing woke up and it was $9.23, up from $2.25, a 311% move. HOLO, this is an interesting one because this stock was actually identified by Oracle the next day and continued to run. But those that had XGPT were able to get in on this thing the night before, and it went up 359%. In fact, here's 20 different times that it went up double digits, sometimes triple digits. WKEY, another perfect example. It was at 398 when we identified it. The forecasted entry was 415. The target was 519, and that sucker cranked all the way to $7.14, a 72% gain, turning 1783 into 3066. Where did I get that 1783 from? Well, actually, I got that from the report right here. For a trading capital of $10,000, an allocation would be 17.83%. So you see how it's doing the work for me? I still got to push the buttons. I'm still in charge. I still got to manage my risk, right? But it's helping me do the math. It's solving the biggest problem that most people have when it comes to these types of trades, which is crunching the numbers and figuring out what the game plan is to begin with. Now, in addition to giving me the ability to go in and put tickers in, it also sends me an email at the end of every day and shows me which stocks are headed up. So I showed you that HOLO trade earlier. This was the top one, the top score with an 80%, and that was before it ran 359%. Here's just some more examples of some of the biggest runners that we had. And this is like go to bed, wake up, and it's higher. So it's running. Sometimes they run over multiple days. Now, I can also put my own tickers into it. Who has Oracle? Have you ever seen an Oracle trade? Now, what are you supposed to do with Oracle trades? Should you hold them overnight? No, right? Oracle trades are get in today, get out today. But how many of you have ever seen an Oracle trade that continued to run for 3 days? And you're like, damn it, I sold it on day one when I should have stuck with it, right? What I do is I take an Oracle trade that's still strong after 2 p.m. and I put it into XGPT to see if it would be a good overnight gapper as well, right? So this is what the elite professionals are doing is they're actually using tools in combination with each other, right? Not just one tool for one strategy, but multiple tools to help them across multiple strategies. How many of you like the idea of the gappers? Big volume in the evening before the day turns, right? Would anybody here be interested in XGPT in your arsenal? I know that some of you are going to want all three, but like who's interested in XGPT specifically? Asia, can you launch the poll for that one? So we got polls for each of these. This is basically telling us who's interested in what. Obviously, if you want to get ahead of the pack, you can just text your power team leader as well, and they can get you details on all this stuff. But this list right here is just letting us know that you're somebody that would like to have that tool in your arsenal. So here's what these veteran traders created. 2 world-class artificial intelligence and watch list generators, one for high confidence swing trades. That's Tim Bowen's Iris. One for high probability overnight gappers, right? Over weekend gappers, right? And that is what Tim Sykes created with XGPT. So we got Oracle for day trades, Iris for swing trades, and XGPT for overnight gappers. These are the tools that the professionals are using right now. And if you're interested in XGPT, make sure you click yes on that chat or on that poll that's popped up on your screen. We've been going for a couple hours now, y'all. So I think now is probably a good time to take a break. So we'll close the poll here in like 5 seconds. And then we're going to take a 5-minute break. So this is a quick one. Use the bathroom, grab some coffee, get a snack, talk to a man about a horse, whatever you want to do. You got 5 minutes to do it. And we'll see you guys back in here in your seats. Let's go. We've been learning so much already just from the time that we have been in here. And, yesterday we talked about how important it is to be careful about who's in your inner circle. That the 5 people that you're around, they're going to be what you are. If I take your 5 closest friends' income, add it up, divide it by 5, it's probably your income, right? If your 5 closest friends are at church on Sunday, I know where to find you. And, it's so important to make sure you have the right people around you. So speaking of inner circle, before we bring Bryce back up here, some of you have been asking us about Tim's inner circle. And here's a little sneak peek of what's going on behind the scenes out at those inner circle events.
I expect my next round of millionaires to come from this inner circle. Many of them are just brand new. Many of them can't see it, but they're asking the right questions and they're in the right place. So this is the inner circle. This is where I take my millionaire students and we pair them with upcoming students, and the newbies are learning from somebody who was once in their shoes, so they take it more seriously. 26K, zoom in on that. 26 grand reported. Trading live, answering questions live, in real time, in person. I'm up $1,500 for the day.
They're very easygoing people. We have a lot of fun.
You ready? $1 million! Every question that I asked got answered. They give you eye contact. They're telling you exactly what worked for them.
I've learned more today than I've learned in the last 6 weeks.
This is a totally different experience. There's nothing else out there like this.
Taking 40 people to the sphere. Most traders lose money in this industry, so I'm trying everything to prevent that. What I do is bring 25 years of experience with the right patterns, rules, perspective, and then on every single trade, you have better odds of success. 10K day. Awesome job. You don't have to be a math genius. You don't have to be that smart or mature. You can just be you and still succeed because the market is on fire with rules, with technology, with guidance.
I think the value really comes in those little conversations. So like tonight, we're gonna have a happy hour. We're gonna hang out.
They're all in your face right next to you. They're not 30 feet in front of you on stage.
I've already made back everything I've put in. I think I'm 5 times as much as what I've invested into this program.
Trading is an individual sport, best played as a team.
There's really no reason to not be a profitable trader. It's just the discipline to avoid all the other noise.
With these pro traders, they're just willing to open up and give you their A+ setup.
Literally, the first session was worth coming.
Do you want more, or are you gonna stop?
I will stop. I just say like it.
10K a day, that's fantastic. Don't get greedy. Now you're done.
And so that's just a little bit about what it is. So here's the thing. This isn't something that, we market and people apply for. This is really something that we hand select people from events like this, or when we're meeting people in person out at conferences, or when someone's really standing out in the challenge and they kind of get put on Tim's radar. So I actually heard that there's a couple people in this room that right now are being considered for this. So you may get a tap on the shoulder in the next couple of days if you are. If not, everybody just play full out here. It's really cool what's happening inside of Inner Circle. Speaking of Inner Circle, the very first one we did, we had Mr. Bryce Toohey there with us. Out in Florida. And one of the patterns that Bryce has done really, really well with is the ABCD pattern. And this is a way to cash in on kind of hidden signals, things that, kind of show us when insiders are making their moves. So let's go ahead and invite and welcome Mr. Bryce Toohey back up here to take us through our next strategy, the ABCD pattern. Welcome back, Bryce.
Thank you. Thank you. We're back, and guys, going back to Matt Monaco for just a second. You guys all kind of heard my meeting Matt Monaco and how he got me into trading. Well, this is one of those patterns, one of those setups that Matt Monaco actually taught me, and I'm not going to sit here and say he discovered it. He just mastered it, and it's so simple. And as Trey said, it's not a guarantee that insiders are buying, but it often hints at that. And I want to go back to Swarmer. I was mentioning, I'm actually in this trade right now. I locked in a little bit of gains on Thursday afternoon, and I wanted to hold the rest overnight. Now, that an ABCD pattern doesn't inherently mean that I'm holding a position overnight. Instead, this has a lot of factors lining up, and something that I want to point out really, I just realized I'm not sharing my screen. Something that Trey had just said that I want to touch on for just a minute, and just to keep this moving faster here. because my computer is a dinosaur. So when I have less tabs open, it's better. Trey had mentioned that what a lot of traders are doing, or the best traders rather, are doing, are they're combining different tools, they're combining different patterns, they're combining different trading philosophies together, they're blending them. And this is something I like to talk about a lot, and I want to preface the ABCD pattern with this. And that's that what I've found the most success doing in my trading is stacking as many odds in your favor as possible. And I always give it like the analogy, which I'm sure there's probably a better one. I'm not great at analogies, but one that I do think about a lot is when you're driving, right? I'm sure I saw a couple people in here saying they got horseback and they're traveling the world by horse. But those of us that have cars, right? When you get in your car, you have a lot of subconscious choices to make, right? It's your choice whether or not you want to get into your car after, hopefully you're not like drinking and then getting in your car. That's probably going to lead you to an accident. But if you get in, you haven't had any drinks, you're at a much higher level of not crashing a car. Then you can put your seatbelt on. Then you can stop at the stop sign. Then you can turn on the turn signal. For every one of those things that you don't do, you increase your chances of something bad happening. It's not going to guarantee that something bad is going to happen. Just like if you do everything right, you might still get into a car crash, but you're increasing the odds of having a safe drive by stopping at the stoplight, by putting your seatbelt on, by getting in your car sober, by having a good night of sleep the night before, not driving your car on 24 hours of no sleep. For every good thing you do, you're stacking the odds in your favor of a safe trip. Well, trading is the same way, right? Whether it means you're using a lot of different tools and using them together, like Oracle and XGPT, or in the same breath, if you're stacking, for example, we talked about the dip and rip earlier. If you're stacking a good daily chart with a good entry signal, with good profit targets, with good stop losses, and on top of that, you're finding more patterns that start happening in the same stock that also increase your odds of success, you're going to naturally increase your odds of success. And I think Swarmer is a really good place to start with the ABCD pattern because it kind of played out to a T. But before I show you that really quick, again, this is something that Matt Monaco has really drilled into my head over the past few years since, I became a profitable trader. I mean, this is something we talk about every day, and it's stock selection. So I want to just really quick start off with the daily chart, because just like with the dip and rip pattern, like I said, there are tens of thousands of stocks trading every day. There are going to be thousands of dip and rips happening every day. And so just saying, I'm buying a dip and rip, that doesn't really do a whole lot if you're looking at the wrong stocks. Something like Swarmer, for example, what you're currently looking at right now are daily chart candles. Okay, so every one of these candles represents one day. Do me a favor, type BAM if you can see that this stock is breaking out on the daily chart. Who in here can see that this stock is currently breaking out, right? Awesome. Seeing lots of BAMs come through. Good. Now, for those of you guys who might be brand new here, that's okay. Let me make very clear, right? All we're really looking at is this stock. This is, by the way, a recent IPO. So the stock recently went public. And on its IPO day, it went from $11 up to $40. And then on the next day, it went from $40 up to $65. So in 2 days, it ran about 600% from 11 to 60. Now, I'm going to be the first person to tell you, I didn't trade it the first 2 days, and I was a little bit bummed. But my expectation was that this stock, if it's good, it will set up again, and there will be a new trade, a new setup, a new pattern that I can look to trade. And so after a couple of days, I guess probably more like a week and a half, we went down and we consolidated. And then on Thursday, we started breaking out of that $65 price level. Now, I want to be very clear about something. I don't always just wait for the breakout to happen before I buy. I don't always just buy at 65. In this case, that's the breakout. A lot of times I'll buy in anticipation of the breakout based on what's going on in the intraday chart. And one of those favorite patterns for me is the ABCD pattern. And that's exactly what we're going to look at here. And what it really shows us is that, again, likely there's a bigger motive at play here. There's likely institutions or large buyers holding this stock up. And so not only do I want to show you what that pattern is, but I kind of want to show you where we can start seeing that in the actual stock. The way that I like to look at stock charts is like every candle tells a little bit of a story, right? I just finished reading a book. I was actually on a plane this morning coming back here to my house in Colorado, and I finished a book. I read like 100 pages on this like 2.5 hour flight. And to be completely honest with you, I might remember like a few sentences from that book, right? Did anyone here read, and how much of the book do you remember? You might remember the premise, but if you had to like cite part of it, it's very little, right? Well, it's kind of the same way on a stock chart. When we're looking at an entire stock chart, we're not saying that every single candle is going to be the most important thing. We're looking at very specific, meaningful candles that are telling us the story. So right now, these candles are set at 1 minute. So every candle is 1 minute, right? But what you'll notice is down here, I want to take just a moment. Oops. Down here, this is our volume, right? This is our volume down at the bottom. And this is telling us how much volume that every minute traded. And you'll notice that there are some volume candles that are a lot bigger than others. Or you might notice that like right here, we're getting a lot of just consistent volume. And then all the way down here, we kind of just have nothing. This to me is not the most important part of the story. This area right here is this kind of big area where we're getting these big volume spikes. And then we can also look at the actual, obviously, stock chart. Now, just a little side note, you might notice Swarmer actually did a dip and rip as well in the morning, right? Dipped right out of the open. And then we broke out just like we were seeing on those other charts. But to be completely honest with you, I missed it. And also, I wasn't really looking at this stock for a dip and rip. You got to remember, the breakout level was at $65. Now, sure, I'll buy a stock before it breaks out over 65, but I won't buy it at 47, right? Like, I didn't have that good of an anticipation of this breakout. But over the next 30 minutes, we go from $45 up to $56, literally just walked straight up, never pulled back, right? I mean, sure, like 1 minute it might have pulled back like $1 and then it just went right back up. And it wasn't until this period right here where we finally just went sideways for a minute. And this is the ABCD pattern, right? Now, first, let me actually start off explaining what that means, right? So you'll notice we kind of have this big run, a little bit of a pullback, a little bit of a bounce, and then we get this breakout, right? I tried to draw that as better. Here, let me actually do this better. Let's actually draw it out here so you can see that a little better than those lines. All right, so let's make this a little bit bigger, and let's make this a fun orange color, right? Big walk up, a little bit of a pullback, a little bit of a bounce, and then breakout, okay? Let's see it right there. Fill that in. So what we're really looking for, okay, is first and foremost, how big is this first run up? In this case, it was a $10 move, which it's a bigger stock, right? I mean, it's a $40 stock, but it basically ran almost 20% straight up before we finally put in that top there, right? And yes, I'm going to get to the ABCD part in just a moment here. And then we just go sideways before we ultimately break out. And so basically what we're looking at with an ABCD pattern is we're looking at buyers sending this higher. And generally speaking, if it doesn't pull back at all, there's a lot of buying going on. Just consistent buying. You'll notice this wasn't one massive 50% swipe in 5 minutes. No, this was just a clear, clean 20% move getting bought up, bought up, bought up, bought up. Likely somebody large buying into this position. So we've got our A point right here, right? Some people will call this line the A, right? I like to call it at the top just after we've seen it, but you get that big first move is our A. And then we've got our first pullback right here. And this pullback is our B. point, right? There we go. Now, this is the area where we want to focus on as traders, right here. This little perk back up. You'll notice we didn't just break over that high. Not at all, right? We didn't just break back over A. We kind of tested it first. And this is our C, right? Our C is where we want to be really paying attention. C to D is the breakout, by the way. That D is the breakout. If the ABCD pattern works, again, no such thing as 100% win rate. But if the ABCD pattern works, then we'll see follow through on that breakout on this D point right here. So really, there's a few ways to trade this. There's no one way is perfect. Matt Monaco's got his own ways. That pattern really is A, B, C, D. This is breakout here. Just so you can kind of see what we're talking about. Generally, every ABCD pattern will have these 4 points. Big run, pullback, this consolidation, and this test of the highs before we ultimately break out and let D follow through. So now you at least understand what we're looking at here. Let's start kind of breaking down what we're looking at, like truly what we're looking at from that institutional, at least being able to kind of build a theory in our heads as to what's going on. So we first mentioned that A move right here, right? It's a lot of clear buying. It wasn't like this stock ran a little bit, big pullback, big this, that. No, it just walked straight up. And when a stock like this just kind of walks straight up, a lot of times what happens is that these large institutions, they're not just going to say, all right, I want 1 million shares, 1 million share buy. They'll buy like 2,000 shares at a time, 5,000 shares at a time. And so they'll probably a little, even sometimes smaller. But what they're really doing is just constantly buying a few hundred or a few thousand shares every few seconds or every few minutes. And that just kind of steadily rises that price up. Now, at some point, they're not going to they don't want to just be buying, all right, we want 1 million shares, but we have to buy 500,000 of them way up here. No, they want to buy as much as they can at the best price possible. So they'll let some sellers come in, these little red candles, these little pullbacks. Okay, they'll buy more on these little mini dips. And then at some point, they will have to take a break in their buying, right? So that is where we ultimately get this. Now, at this point, they might be pretty close to having their full position. They might not be there yet. Maybe they are. We don't know for sure. Again, a lot of this is us having to kind of build this theory out. But during this period, if those institutions are indeed buying, they don't want, I know this sounds backwards, right? You're thinking they want to buy it at the best possible price. Why wouldn't they let it like get crushed all the way down to 44? And like, why wouldn't they buy down here? Well, the truth of the matter is that at that point, they would be underwater. They'd probably need to sell. So what they will do is instead, a lot of large buyers, once they've kind of gotten a good position accumulated, then they will just set a bid order. And anytime that price comes back down around 50, in this case, like $53 where we're consolidating, they're buying more shares. And if that buyer is large enough, it should not break under that price. And I know some of you are thinking like, okay, well, how do I know? I want to know exactly when they're buying. Like, how do I see them buying the stock, right? Like, well, unfortunately, if it were that simple, we would all be billionaires. But we can start seeing, right? This is why we wait. This is why I'm not trying to buy at this B area, at this pullback, right? Like I said, our main focus is C into D because we want to actually let it confirm, right? And so this, unfortunately, this really was a big bummer. My flight, there's Wi-Fi on all these planes now, but we were starting that takeoff process, down the runway, literally right here. My flight took off at 10:15 a.m. And so I'm watching this happen and I'm like, if I buy this right now and it doesn't work, I'm not gonna have enough time to set a stop loss in. Well, it went from 55 up to 68. So that was a bit, or 16. Actually, it really went to like 72. So that was a little bit unfortunate for me. But either way, what we ended up seeing here was indeed our large buyer, they held this stock up around $53. Now, the ABCD pattern is really important, not just because it shows us that, potentially large institutions or large buyers, right? It literally could just be somebody that has $100 million account, right? That's not that unrealistic either. It doesn't matter. Someone with a lot of money or a few people with a lot of money. The reason we really love this pattern, though, is less because it tells us that and more because it gives us a very precise entry point. And on top of that, it gives us a very clear risk level, right? If we can start seeing that these buyers are indeed holding up a stock at a certain price after buying, we can pretty safely assume that if it gets underneath this price and they're now underwater, they're going to sell. What do smart traders do? They cut their losses quickly, right? So you can assume that the best and the biggest traders out there, they're not just going to say, all right, well, it's down to 51. I hope it comes back. Do you think, who here thinks hope isn't a smart trader's vocabulary? It's not, by the way, right? Because if that stock breaks down, they're getting out quick, right? It's funny when you think about that for a second, you're like, oh, yeah, it's pretty simple, actually. I really should just cut every loss. When that trade just starts to not work, I should just get out, right? But obviously, a lot of traders, especially newer traders, there is that bit of hope, and you got to get rid of that. My point being, though, what we're able to do, who here type Grant, type R, risk and reward, if you're familiar with the concept of risk to reward. Anyone here? Looks like a lot of us. Great, right? Now, obviously, I've mentioned many things that I think to me are really important as a trader. Making sure you're in the right stock, making sure you're compounding good factors together to give you a higher odds of successful trade. And then there's risk to reward, right? Earlier, I told you a story about a guy who had an 85% win rate, and yet he was still losing money, right? That is terrible risk to reward. Because if you're winning 85% of the time, that means all you have to do is cut your losses quickly on those 15% of times that you're wrong, right? So think of the math this way. If you, who here would like to risk $10 on every trade to only make $1 when you're right? No one. That'd be terrible. Now, technically, there's math involved. You could have like a 99.9% win rate, and maybe that works. But like, who here is going to be? I don't know about you. I'm right, like, not just in the market in life. I'm probably right like 40% of the time. And it's about when you're wrong, understanding it, admitting it, and cutting it quick. Where does this all have to come with the ABCD pattern? Risk to reward, right? If we're buying right here, again, we're buying, basically our goal is we want to buy either at the break of that A point, or in this case, it was really close, the break of that C point. We want to buy this particular breakout for the ABCD pattern. Now, to be fair, there are more advanced ways to trade this. Matt Monaco, for example, when he sees those buyers stepping up, he might start into a small position here. And then he might add as we get this dip. And then as we break out, he might add. Matt's really good at that. For me, I like to keep it as simple as possible. When I see the stock breaking out after the ABCD pattern, I just buy the breakout, right? Because now I have a really good pattern working in my favor, a really good daily chart, and I've got big institutional buyers or just a large money retail trader backing my trade idea. So if I'm buying this breakout here, call it 56 bucks. My risk level is 53. This is great. If it goes under 53, I sell. For a small loss, I lose $3 a share. And I say small because if the ABCD pattern works and we're looking at the right chart, we should have a lot of potential reward. In this particular case, the buy right here was at 10:22 a.m. By 10:43, so 21 minutes later, I wish I could move that a little better. Doesn't matter. 21 minutes later, the stock hit 68 bucks. Now, again, am I saying you're going to time it perfectly? Not at all. And that's not even the point. Let's go to a calculator quick, just to kind of show you the math on what this risk to reward is. So we'll do 68 minus 56. That's $12 of reward for $3 of risk. Now, earlier I asked you how many of you guys would like to risk $10 to make one. You all said no. But how many of you guys would be comfortable risking $1 to potentially make four? That's better math, right? Because then you can win only 25% of the time and be break even. Can you imagine that? You win 25% of the time. Let's say you take 3 losses in a row. One trade like this makes it all back. Now, again, a couple things to be clear about here. That's assuming you sell at the top. Are you going to sell at the top? Probably not. I'd be taking this gain all day. I'd be locking this in. Phenomenal. That's great. I'm okay with like 2 or 3 to 1 risk reward, especially when I already have really high conviction, right? Earlier, we were talking about Oracle having an 82% accuracy rate. You can get a 1 to 1 risk reward at that point. If you risk $1 to make $1 and you win 82% of the time, you're fine. Now, if you make $2 with an 82% accuracy rate, you're printing money. But the ABCD pattern, when we're looking at the right stocks, and again, the truth of the matter is that sometimes you might be looking at the best stock in the world. It does an ABCD pattern. You're stoked about it and it still fails. That's going to happen sometimes, right? You can do everything right when you're driving a car, but if someone rear ends you, nothing you can do about it. Most of the time that doesn't happen. And when we get that follow through on this D breakout, it can get really explosive. And by the way, funny enough, is that you could actually say this did an ABCD again. B pullback, C bounce, D breakout. Now, I personally, just before I wrap this here, type ABCD if you're following along here, by the way. Is this making sense? Is this showing you a new pattern, a new setup? Sweet, good. My personal experience in trading any pattern, in trading any setup, is that the first time is the best time, right? It's like your first date, It's not to say that, you might be married 40, 40, 50 years later, but there's that real big excitement about the first date. I'm sure if anyone here who's married or has had something like that, that first date's really exciting. Well, same thing. The first ABCD pattern, the first of any pattern really generally tends to work the best. And you can literally see it right here, right? Our first ABCD, we could have bought at 56 and it went to 68. Our second one, it still worked, but it went from 64 to 68, right? That first one is generally better. But remember, when we're looking for an ABCD pattern, before I wrap up here, we want to see that big, consistent walk up. That's our A. Our A is going to be that first high that we set. Our B is going to be that first pullback that we make. Now, to be fair, right, you might be noticing over here, we're talking about that ABCD pattern. It broke by a few pennies right here. There's no such thing as a perfect, and this is why I don't love buying the dips. I might get scared out here. I would rather buy with more confirmation. That's just my style. That's how I roll. That's how I operate as a trader. And then when we see this right in here, our C transitioning to that D breakout, this is where we want to be loading up. And yes, the ABCD pattern, it worked. Any good pattern, by the way, just to clear this up here before I hand the mic back to Trey, any good pattern should work on any time frame, right? If we go to the daily chart on Swimmer, if we go to the daily chart here, you'll notice A, B, C, D breakout. This is why I'm actually swinging a little bit of this, right? On the daily chart, it did an ABCD pattern. And so this is why I've got a small position. I want to see if that D follow through can run to like $80. That would be a great spot. I'd be super happy with that trade. I'll be ready to sell. So folks, I'm going to hand the mic back to Trey here. This was one of my favorite patterns. This is something that I'm so glad Matt Monaco has showed me, taught me, and really instilled in me. And I really think this is one of the simplest and most effective out there. But Trey, hand it back to you, and I'll be back here in a little bit.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Bryce. Y'all, let's give Bryce some love in the chat for teaching us that strategy. How many of you like how simple it was? Right? And how many of you are beginning to see what professional traders can see when they look at charts? Right? It's not so much as just, oh, where's support and where's resistance? There's a whole other game at play. And these patterns are simply showing us human behavior. That's it. It's showing us what is happening. It is a supply and demand curve happening in real time. And that's what you have to learn. Now, you've learned patterns before. You know, Bryce made the sometimes you drive somewhere and you don't even know who's been driving for the last 15 minutes. You're just like lost in thought and you're like, who's been making all the decisions? Right? And you're not in a Tesla letting Elon make the decisions for you. Yeah. Now, in your industry, whatever business you come from, you probably also had to learn new skills that eventually became second nature to you. In fact, let me know in the chat, what industry did you work in, or what has your business or your career been in for the most part? And if you're retired, what was it in? Construction, semiconductors, nursing, printing, a couple printings. I had a printing business, been there. Healthcare, I had a healthcare business. Contracting, I had a contracting business. I was never an accountant or an electrician, or I did that business. I've never been a doctor. Military, I kind of did that for a second. Okay, so we got a little bit in common, but you guys have been all over the place. Let me ask you this. In your industry, did you notice that there was like 10 to 20% of people that made all the money? And got all the deals, all the listings, all the book deals, got all the stages, got all the opportunities, got all the media. And then like 10 to 20% of people got all of it. And then like 80% to 90% of people were competing over the scraps. Did you notice that? In the 8 industries I've been in, I noticed that, right? That in every industry, there's top performers and there's the people who struggle. And, you know, people ask me like, what is your business now? And other than being an investor and trading and stuff, my business is consulting with businesses, right? So I go in and I help coach usually small founder-led companies with like 2 to 3 employees scale up to 10 to 15, sometimes 20 employees, go from $500,000 to, you know, $2 to $5 million or beyond. And I love doing that. But what's been interesting about it is how many times I see the same stuff playing out. Business after business, even in businesses that I've never been in, right? Like some of the principles that have worked in my industries. I've been able to help people in the videography business, help people that are financial advisors, help people in construction companies, like all sorts of stuff. And I find this to be true in every industry that I've either personally worked in or mentored companies in. And that is that very few people actually end up succeeding. It's just the real deal. How many of you have seen this statistic before? 90% of traders lose 90% of their money in the first 90 days. You guys seen that before? Crazy, right? Now, some people look at that and they get scared. Okay. And when I was growing up, I grew up in a very traditional family. You know, we did what most people do. Right? We watched the ball drop on New Year's Eve. We watched football on Sunday. We did what most people do. And we thought the way most people think. But are most people successful? They're not, right? Most people are in that bottom 90%. And so when I think about this, I think about a book that I read by Carol Dweck, where she talked about the different mindsets between successful families and unsuccessful families. And that in unsuccessful families or cultures, you have people that have what's called a fixed mindset, which is that they believe that where they are is where they are. And growth is not possible, right? So when I was growing up, my mom would say stuff to me like, you know, Trey, you're good at English, but you're not good at math. She'd say the opposite to my sister. She said, Cassie, you're good at math, but not so great at English. Right. So she was basically encoding us with the belief system that we could not get better at something. My kids know better. They know, but they're not even allowed to say that they're sick. They have to say they're overcoming sickness. Right. Like we are so precise with our language. Right. It's not I'm bad at piano. It's I'm getting better at piano. I'm learning piano. Right. Like, oh, I suck. We don't use this type of language. We have to stay in a growth mindset. So when my mom saw this statistic, 90% of startups fail, I showed it to her when I was like 18. I don't know why I was showing her that. She's like, baby, you should get a job. Your uncle can get you a job, you know, at the oil plants. Because I grew up in Deer Park, Texas. So it's like everybody there works for Goodyear, Dow, or Shell. Those are like the biggest employers in the entire area. And I was like, Mom, I don't want a job because I want to be at the top. And if I have a job, somebody else is in control of how much income I get. And I don't like somebody else being in control of how much income I get. She goes, yeah, but there's a 90% chance you're going to fail. I said, that's not what that says. That just says that 90% of startups fail. That's very different from a 90% chance I'm going to fail. You see, when I look at this statistic here, I see that 10% of people are doing the 10% of things necessary to make 90% of the money. It's not a 90% chance that you're going to fail. It's just that 90% of people are doing it wrong. Think about this. 90% of startups fail. Do 90% of Richard Branson's 200 different Virgin companies fail? No. Do 90% of Elon's companies fail? Jeff Bezos's companies? No. So what is it? It's that 90% of people just don't know what the hell they're doing. And that's the reality. And it's just so easy to start a business in the United States. All you got to do is go down to your commissioner for $30. You can open a DBA, right? Hop online and register an LLC with the state, right? Like, it's so easy to open a business. It's even easier to open a trading account. You just go on Robinhood and put in your email address, connect it to your bank account, deposit some cash, and they are ready to let you gamble all your life savings away, aren't they? Most people lose the money because they don't know what the hell they're doing. And so this next section here is my favorite section that I get to do. And it was an agreement that I had with Tim when I said, if I'm going to teach this class, I know that there's people in the room that are absolutely serious about this business and they want to have the highest chance of success. And so in addition to teaching them the strategies they need to learn, showing them the tools they need to have, introducing them to the mentors that are available to them if they choose to go down that road and to be bold and to take those actions. In addition to that, I want to teach them some principles here that I have found to help me not only in the 8 industries that I've done, but it has also helped my clients. And also, I know that most of the people that come to the class aren't really going to do it. I know that's cold hard facts, and that may not be you, but the person sitting next to you, there's other people here that they're showing up to class, but they're not really taking it serious, right? They're more focused on their other business, right? So I said, I want to give something that can not just help the people who are going to move forward with trading, but also help the people who are going to, go back to whatever industry they're in. Something that they could teach to their kids and their grandkids that could help them in the business that they're in. This is stuff that I teach to my own kids. I teach to all my business partners. Every class that I teach, regardless of industry that I'm teaching the class in or hosting an event in, I teach this because these 5 principles, if I'm known for something, I want it to be this. Because when you apply these things in your life, it's transformational. I actually got a testimonial from a woman who was in my class last year that I taught this to. She's crushing it in her trading, but she's also increased in the money that she's making in her other business because she applied these in that business. So she's doing well in 2 different areas because she followed these 5 principles. And so I'm going to teach these to you now. I want you to pay close attention. But before I get into the 5, let's just split this room into those 2 groups I talked about, because there's the group of people here who have a chance of succeeding. And then there's the people here who don't. And I'll tell you right now who's in which group. If you are treating trading like it is a hobby, let me ask you, just think about this logically. If you are playing around with it, tinkering, if you are, I'm just going to try for a little while to see if it makes me money, and then I'll put my time, energy, and heart into it. And you're competing with Bryce Toohey and Tim Bowen and Tim Sykes and Jack Kellogg, are you going to win? Hell no, you can't. If you're a hobbyist, are you going to beat the person who's serious? There's just no way, right? It's like 2 people being in a race. One person has prepared for it. They've trained for it. We've been watching all the Rocky movies every week. My kids and I, we're watching Rocky 4 tonight. The guy that prepares beats the guy who's like top of his game, just like chilling out, just like not taking it seriously. If you treat it like it's a hobby, it pays you like it's a hobby. And last I checked, hobbies cost us money and they're not tax deductible. Yeah. But if we treat it like it's a business, right? How do we treat something like a business? We put time into it. We put effort into it. We take small, calculated, intentional risks, right? We invest into it. We buy, tools. We get employees. In this business, we don't need employees, but we can get mentors. We can get coaches. We can invest in human resources. We can invest in technology. But most importantly, we show up on a schedule, right? I'm making my watch lists. I'm making my trades every day. I'm learning from what the market is giving me as feedback whenever I attempt something. Like for my businesses, oftentimes it's a marketing attempt. We don't have to do marketing and trading, but we do have to take trades. We do have to take some risks. And so if you treat it like a business, it can pay you like a business. So right now, let me know in the chat, who here is out of the hobby stage? Put the word business in the chat if you are already treating this like a business or you're ready to start treating it like a business starting today. I love it. If you put business in the chat, give yourself 500 PowerPoints. Okay, now I'm just going to talk to those of you treating it like a business. 90% of business owners fail. So we still in the 90%. Okay. So we got to find a way to narrow that number down. So why do 90% of business owners fail? Number one, it's because they jump in too fast with too little knowledge. They're like, oh, let me just give this thing a try. I'm going to dive in and see if it works. The challenge, of course, is that believing you can figure it out as you go requires you to depend on trial and error. And while trial and error works, it is the most costly, most time consuming, most dream crushing path to success because you got to error a lot, right? Like there's this idea that you'll hear a lot in entrepreneur circles and business circles called failing forward, right? Fail fast, fail often, fail forward. Failure is part of the game. Yeah, but how many of you'd like to minimize the amount of failure in the failure kind of portion of that failing forward? This is the part people miss. It's like the goal isn't to fail. The goal is to succeed by failing as little as possible, right? It's not like, let me go see how much I can fail. Because if you want to fail as much as possible, trial and error will get you there, 100%. But if you want to fail as little as possible, because failure is required, but we want to do as little as possible, right? Then don't reinvent the wheel. Because other people have already figured out what doesn't work. So for a little while there, back in 2017, I worked for a guy named Damon John. Anybody know who that is? So he's on Shark Tank. So I worked for Damon John a little bit, and I would teach some classes like this and represent him, and I'd have entrepreneurs in the room, and then I'd have wantrepreneurs in the room. You guys know the difference. An entrepreneur is actually up to something. A wantrepreneur just wants to make money. And these guys would bring in these product ideas like reversible beanies or like, you know, suits that like Velcro into track suits, like the dumbest ideas you've ever seen. And they'd be like, no one's ever thought of it before. And I'm like, you don't know that. They're like, no, I looked. No one's selling this. I was like, that's because it's a bad idea. It's not because no one thought of it. You're going to have plenty of ideas that somebody else has already proven don't work. So let's avoid that. And instead, let's do the things that do work. And so these are the principles that have allowed me to be in the top 1% in some industries, top 10% in some industries, but never earn less than 6 figures. And any of those 9 businesses never earned less than 6 figures per year. A couple of them, 7 figures per year. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm not saying that to impress you, rather to impress upon you that there's a repeatable pattern. And it wasn't something that I figured out on my own. I had mentors from the beginning, right? I had to make the big, bold, difficult choice from the beginning to invest in paying somebody to actually teach me how to do something. So we're going to dive into these principles now. You guys ready to do them? Put yes in the chat if you're ready to dive in. Make sure you're taking notes because this is stuff you're going to want to teach to your kids. These are the principles of successful traders and entrepreneurs. Principle number 1, the buck stops here. So one of the interesting things about humans is we're really good at recognizing patterns. In fact, that's the whole reason we're here trading the markets is because we can see patterns. So I've recognized some patterns. Patterns in the 8 different industries I've been in, but also patterns in people. And I love teaching these virtual classes. I get to know you guys a little bit. I hear back from Rich and from Brady and from Ohm and Elijah and Brandon and then Eric, and they tell me about you guys and what's happening in your lives and, you know, what they're learning about you from your homework. But I also used to do these in person, and sometimes I still do with Tim. We go out and do these inner circle events, and I get to meet and know people, and I can usually tell within 15 minutes, sometimes within 60 seconds, just by listening to a person's language. I can tell whether or not they're going to succeed, right? Like how many of you have had that kind of experience? Like when someone's immature, like a child, a teenager, and they're talking, you can like kind of hear where they're at just from their language, right? Well, when it comes to business, after having helped thousands of people now, and frankly, having not been able to help thousands of people, I can hear in language whether or not someone is helpable. And so this is one of the first things that I notice is there's a person who has this attitude, which is, I am going to succeed. I am going to figure this out. Nobody is going to stop me. Nothing can stop me. I'm not dependent upon anybody else for my success. I'm going to do this. That person wins. And the person that's unsure, I'm going to try, I'm going to experiment, I'm going to see, right? I hope, right? Hope, again, is not a strategy. If you're praying for your trades to go up, that is not a strategy. Okay. Now you can pray for yourself to show up. You can pray for yourself to be there and do what's necessary, but to pray for the trade, man, that's not a strategy. The strategy is you showing up consistently. And so here's the main thing to take away from the buck stops here. I had a mentor that taught me something that was very valuable. I mentioned it earlier today, and that is that persistence is actually not a character trait of successful people, because there are plenty of successful people who persist in one area of their life and give up in another, right? They make a ton of money, but they're 100 pounds overweight, right? They got a six pack, but they can't seem to keep a wife, right? Like they're just persistent in one or another area of their life. They don't have a clear vision across every area of their life. So you notice that persistence actually isn't a character trait of theirs. So what he told me, he said persistence is simply the symptom that you see of a person with this clear vision, right? If I say, I want to drive from here to San Antonio to go visit my mom, and I got a clear vision of pulling into my mom's driveway to spend some time with her. That's a long drive, right? I'm in NorCal right now. I have an idea of how I'm going to get there, which roads I'm going to take. But how many of you think that between here, Northern California, and San Antonio, there might be a stoplight, might be a red light? Might that happen? Could there be a traffic jam? Maybe a detour, right? Could I perhaps have to change what I thought was the way I was going to get there? Absolutely. It's so funny how many people, when they get started in something, they want to know exactly how they're going to get from point A to point Z. There's going to be no red lights. There's going to be no detours. There's going to be no surprises. And then they quit as soon as there's any of those things. Now, am I a persistent person if I keep taking the detours and wait at the stoplights to get to my mom's house? Or do I just have a clear vision of arriving at mom's house? It's just a clear vision, right? So I'm just going to keep making the turns I need to make until I get to the house I'm trying to get to. And so what that same mentor taught me was something called the 3 C's. And I want to teach this to you now, and you can write these down. Someone put it in the chat for me. There's 3 C's in success. Number 1 is clarity. Being clear about what is necessary to succeed. Number 2 is certainty, right? Feeling a high level of confidence that I know what is necessary to succeed. And number 3 is commitment. Okay, so clarity, certainty, and commitment. Commitment is being committed to succeeding. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I believe in conspiracies. In fact, I know that my children conspire against me and their mom constantly. All right, so conspiracies are real. The question is, are people in dark rooms doing them on purpose because they hate us, or is it usually just because people are trying to make more money? I don't know why this happened, but somewhere around the beginning of the 20th century, we adopted the Prussian system for schools, right? And so we started changing the way that we do the school system. We started using Pavlovian conditioning, right? Where it used to be this one-room schoolhouse. There used to be a different way that we learned things, but we changed it all to where it was more like a factory. And we're just spitting kids out the other side of that factory, designed and programmed to, when a bell rings, to move and to do what they're told, right? And no matter what task you're focused on, to stop doing that task and go be where you're told you're supposed to be. And we started using this testing system where instead of like educating a child and using the Socratic method and making sure they understand something by asking them questions and being an open dialogue, we decided that we would just stick pieces of paper in front of them and tell them to check boxes. Right. And then when computers came along, just fill in little circles. Okay. And so what went from a beautiful education opportunity for this precious time in a child's life became this like factory system of getting people to obey orders. Okay. And in fact, I think it was Rockefeller or Carnegie said, I don't want a nation of thinkers. I want a nation of workers. And so we started getting trained to do the following. 1, seek clarity. Teacher teaches you from a book. Reads chapters 1 through 10 to you, has you go home and read those chapters so you have clarity about what you're supposed to learn. 2, certainty. Tells you that there's going to be a test on a certain day, a quiz on a certain day, a paper due by a certain day, so you have certainty of what's required of you in order for you to pass. And then so 3, you make a commitment. I'm going to study. I'm going to make my flashcards. I'm going to set aside a certain amount of time to write my paper. This goes from K through college. You guys remember this process? Clarity, certainty, commitment. We go out into the job world, clarity. Boss man says, here's your job description. I'm going to tell you every little thing that you need to do. You are a cog in my machine. You don't need to know how the machine works. You don't need to have a deep understanding of what's happening here. Just do what I tell you to, and you'll get paid. Clarity, okay. Certainty, do I have time to do that? Certainty. Commitment, okay, boss man, I'll do whatever you say. And so the boss man tells you what he needs, and then you get that thing done, and then AI comes along, replaces you. You don't understand the full system of the business you're in, so you can't pivot, and you're screwed. This is what we've basically designed for our culture, and it sucks. It's just, it's real brass tacks. This is what's happening. And here's what my mentor taught me. He said, to break free from that, all you have to do is flip the 3 C's around. Start with commitment. Don't depend on being clear. Don't wait for all of the lights to turn green before you leave the house. Simply start with, I am committed to doing something. And then from that commitment, what happens is you develop certainty through action. And then finally, at the end, you get clarity. Now, is this tested? Is this a well-worn idea? You need look no further than Elon Musk, committed to landable rockets, reusable rockets, right? Blew that sucker up 4 times before he finally got, or 3 times before he finally got the 4th one to land. Billions of dollars blown up. Thomas Edison. I invented 10,000 ways to not make a light bulb before I made a light bulb. Mahatma Gandhi, MLK, the founding fathers. There's so many examples where commitment came first. They didn't have any clarity on how it was actually going to happen. And so we've just been trained backwards. But to flip the script and become business owners, entrepreneurs, and successful at anything, in any business, especially trading, we have to start with commitment. So here's the last piece on this before we move to the second principle. I want to help you make a real commitment, because it's easy to make fake commitments you don't really believe in. Okay? The real commitment comes from knowing. Knowing. Hard to commit if you don't have knowing. So you guys ever notice that when you hear something true, you feel it? Like it resonates in your body? You're kind of like, you read something in a book, you hear Oprah say something, your pastor says something, and you're like, oh my God, that's so true. I've never thought about that before. Let me know if this resonates with you. There are people in 2026 who are making consistent profits in the stock market. True or true? Let me know in the chat if that feels true to you. There are people in 2026 making consistent profits in the stock market, not getting lucky, profiting from the stock market through a skill. Okay. Or they're just making money. Let me ask the second question. How many of you believe it to be true that some percentage of those people are doing it through skill that they acquired and learned, right? So they're not the insider trader, the Martha Stewart or the Nancy Pelosi, right? They're not someone that has like some inside track. There are people right now making money in the stock market in 2026 who are making that money through skill that they had to acquire, right? They weren't born with it. At some point, those people didn't even know how to talk and walk. Yes? We all started somewhere. Number 3, how many of you believe that at least some percentage of those people are no harder working than you and no smarter than you? What does that mean? It means it's figure outable. All that's left is to do it. So if you can commit first, if you can say the buck stops here, Tim Sykes isn't responsible for my success, my parents, the government, my kids, they're not responsible for my success. I am, and I know that this is figure outable, and so I'm committed to figuring it out. When I see that in a person and I hear it in their language, when Rich hears that in someone's language, these are the people we go to Tim and we say, hey, this person should be in the challenge, or this person should be in inner circle, because I can hear it in their voice. They're going to be one of our successful traders. This is principle number 1. Principle number 2, play the long game. So this one is a paradox. Would you guys agree that a person who makes $1 million is rich if it takes them 30 years? Maybe not. That's like Walmart employee money. How about if they do it in 5 years? 200 grand a year? It's pretty good. Not what it used to be. Filled up my truck this morning. You guys know how much diesel is in Northern California? $7.80 a gallon. It's a $250,000 to fill up my truck. 200K on what it used to be. How about $1 million in 1 year? Is that pretty good? I'd say that's rich. So we literally define rich by how quick we get it. Yet there's a lot of people out there who have a problem with get rich quick. I love getting rich quick. It's a wonderful way to get rich. How many of you would agree? Quick's better than slow. Yes? The challenge is that people have a mentality of quick, get rich. See the difference? It's not how fast I make it. It's how fast I think I have to make it. And really, the quick get rich mentality is how little effort can I put in to get rich? Right? Would you rather wake up a year from now with $1 million in the bank, or wake up a year from now with the ability to make $1 million every year? I'd rather wake up with the ability, yeah? The problem for most people is they want to see results before they put in effort, and they want to see things happen quickly. But our most successful traders, they do have these beautiful charts. Look at this. From 2018 to 2021, Mike Hudson went from basically zero to $1.4 million. That's 3 years. How many of you think 1.4 million in 3 years is pretty damn good? That's pretty fast. That's getting rich pretty darn quick. Most people can't even save that across 30 years working in a job. Most people want to see that 2018 to 2021, but most people are not willing to put in what it took for him to get there. You see that? How many of you are willing to put in the flat line to get the hockey stick? Most people are not willing to be committed to the long term, to play the long game. They want to see results too fast. They want a one-night stand instead of a marriage. And let me ask you, what does somebody put more energy into? A one-night stand or a marriage? What does somebody put more energy into? Going to do day labor and they just show up and someone, grabs them to go move some furniture, or studying for 8 years to be a doctor? Which one pays more? You think about this. Doctors go to school for more than half a decade, 8 years. They go hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt. Why? Because they're going to go into a career that they are going to do for decades. Yet how many people show up in my classes and they're like, I need to make money next week. If you need to make money next week, Uber is available. If you want to create wealth for your family over the next 5 to 10 years, there's a path for that too. What I find is the most successful people are the people who are in it for the long term. They study more, they invest more, not money into the market, but into themselves, time and money and energy. They pay for things like tools and they pay for their network. They invest in their HR, right? They set up their business from the beginning to be successful. Yesterday, Rich said something about burning your boats. What does it look like to burn your boats? Well, for some people, that's like, I'm going to quit my job and go full-time into trading. That's not necessarily what I think of when I think of burning your boats. What I think of with burning my boats is committing at such a high level that I have to follow through. Committing at such a high level that I have to follow through. So for me, when I hired my first mentor in 2004, he was $25,000, which is $50,000 in today's money. So $25,000 that I needed to invest to hire a mentor. I'm 19 years old at the time. I'm worth $3,000. I got a $12,000 truck, so maybe I'm worth like 15 grand, right? I didn't even have the money for this guy. So I had to go into debt. I had to borrow money from family. I had to borrow money against my truck. I had to call my credit card company and ask them to raise the limit at 27% interest to be able to invest in this mentor. My mom thought I was crazy. That was my version of burning the boats, right? I didn't quit my job washing cars making $7 an hour. Like, I still did that. I had to make the minimum payments after all until I was able to succeed. But I became a millionaire for the first time from that business. So whatever it looks like for you, burn the boats. Say, I'm so committed. I'm going to be doing this for 10 years. Who's going to be trading in 2036? Anybody? Raise your hand if you're going to be trading 10 years from now. Because that's the kind of perspective that leads to having success in 2026. But the person who's trying to make it happen in 2026 will blow up their account, come back in 28, blow up their account, come back in 30, blow up their account. And in 2036, they're going to be playing the same game. Some of you are in this room right now. You lost money in the dot-com boom and you're still coming back for more, but haven't committed bigger than you committed back then. It's interesting how that just cycles over and over and over again. You got to make the commitment to being all in and saying, I'm doing this for 10 years, and then take action the same way that somebody who's planning on being married would take action. Somebody who is going into a new career, right, out of college with a degree they invested $150,000 into would take action. You give it that much importance in your life, and then in those tiny moments when you would have quit, right? In those little moments where you're like, oh, I'm tired today. I don't want to watch the challenge recording that I missed today. And those little moments where you're like, God, I don't want to get up right now. The alarm's going off, but I didn't make my watch list last night. In those moments, you do it. And it's all those little moments stacking up that leads to the ultimate success that you're looking for. It's why you came here. Principle number 3, always be learning. Now, everything I'm saying here applies in every industry. This one was shocking to me. I was 21, 22 years old. I was a millionaire at the time. I was in real estate. And I remember going to a class on commercial real estate. And when I was at this commercial class, there were a lot of people in the room that were new to the industry. And that just makes sense. If you're new to something, go learn about it, right? But here was the surprising part. There were people in the room learning who'd been in the industry for 20 or 30 years and were at the top of their game. They didn't need to be there. They could have been teaching the damn class, but they were there learning. I went to a mastermind a couple of weeks back in February in Las Vegas on artificial intelligence. There's guys in the room who have already exited $50 to $100 million companies, meaning that their children's children can live off the interest. And they're still coming and learning about what's new in the world, what's on the leading and cutting edge, right? The most successful people in the world never stop learning. right? Warren Buffett's like 90 something years old. The guy's like 3 weeks from pushing up daisies. He's not even buying green bananas, and he still spends 4 hours a day reading. Think about that. It's good enough for Warren. It's good enough for me. The most successful traders never stop learning. They never rest on their laurels. They never believe they got it all figured out. And in this business, it's going to have to be the same thing. Learning the financial news, trading strategies, market patterns, trade management. We have to always be educating ourselves. Never get to the point where we're like, oh, I figured it all out. I've seen Tim Sykes asking Jack Kellogg for advice. The student becomes the teacher. It's amazing to see how that works. How many of you are already lifelong students? Who are my big learners in here? Right, this is huge for me. I slowed down a little bit, but so far this year, I think I'm at like eight nonfiction books, something like that. Most of those I did in January, a couple in February. But I've been going to these masterminds and retreats and stuff. And so I just can't stop educating myself, not to mention how much time I'm spending learning AI right now, right? It's powerful stuff. Principle number 4, if I only had one principle, this is it. Tony Robbins says, if you want to be successful, find somebody who's already successful doing the thing that you want to do and copy them. And principle number 4, the only shortcut is people. They say that there's no shortcuts in life. And the reason that they say there's no shortcuts in life is because if you get somewhere without earning it first, you tend to lose it. You guys heard about the lottery winner? Makes $3 million bucks. Where are they at in 5 years? Back at 0, right? This happens all the time. People who don't earn it lose it, okay? That being said, there is one caveat, which is that if you are learning from somebody who did earn it, you can get there faster. You guys go to weddings? It's funny how you have like phases of life, right? Like in your 20s, all your friends are getting married. In your 30s, all your friends are having babies. In your 40s, all your friends are getting divorced. So I've been in wedding season for the last 10 years. And I was at a wedding last year, and they had that dance where they have the couples get on there and they're like, hey, if you're married, come out here and start dancing. And everybody's out there and they're dancing. And then they start telling people to sit down. If you've only been married for a year, sit down. If you've been married less than 5 years, sit down. If you're married less than 10 years, sit down. And it starts to really whittle down, especially these days when the divorce rate is more than 50%. But almost always there's that one couple left. And it's like the little 80-year-old couple, and they're like so sweet, and they're just kind of like moving back and forth. If you're the bride and groom at that wedding, whose advice do you want? I want that couple's advice. I want the people that have proven they know how to make it work for 40, 50 stinking years. I'm not asking my uncle who's been divorced 4 times for marriage advice, yes? Yet how many of you have taken the advice of friends who told you not to trade or to trade this or to buy this crypto or to get that dog coin? Like, how many people have taken advice from the uncle that's been divorced 4 times? If you got broke people giving you money advice and you're listening, something's wrong with you. Okay? I'm listening to people that can teach me about the thing that they're experts in. You see, this used to not be rocket science. Okay? For about 10,000 years, until about 100 years ago, if you wanted to be a blacksmith, how did you learn how to be a blacksmith? It wasn't on YouTube. It wasn't in a book. It wasn't some app. You found a master and you apprenticed under the master. It's not rocket science, right? A lot of times families would pay the master to take their kid on as apprentice. A lot of times the apprentice would do all of the work. The master would make a bunch of money off the work they did, and the apprentice would get paid nothing for it because they were willing to invest their time. Sometimes their family was willing to invest their money to be trained on how to do something intelligently. Now, we don't have master apprentices in the trading world, but we got pretty close. We got consultants, we have mentors, we have coaches. We can be part of trading communities where we're able to be in and around the people who are actually having these conversations on a consistent basis. What does it do for us? Number one, it allows us to see what's proven to work right now, right? Not what worked 10 years ago or 20 years ago, what's working today, right? Bryce and Tim literally showing you trades from Thursday, trades that they're going to be on Monday. It also allows you to avoid common pitfalls. A lot of people make the same damn mistakes over and over and over and over and over. A lot of people do. But if you can avoid making the mistakes that most people make in the beginning, you are able to compound your success so much faster than somebody else who has to keep refunding their account. I've gotten invaluable advice from these guys right here. Insights about the market, trading strategies, hidden patterns I would have never known existed. New ideas, the ability to learn from other people's mistakes, having a support network. Who here has ever had a trade that was so bad you quit? Because I know some of you, this isn't your first time. Who here has ever done it? Trade was so bad, you're like, screw this, I'm not trading anymore. You eventually came back, and I'm glad you did. On the flip side, who here's ever had a trade where you made a ton of money, you got overconfident, and then the very next day you gave it all back? My hand's up. I've done it. This is what happens when you don't have a support network. You don't have somebody there to keep you humble, and you don't have somebody there to hold you up when you're making mistakes, hold you up when you're feeling down on yourself because you had a drawdown, right? I've had, $60,000 days. I've had $25,000 drawdown days. And when the only person I can talk to about that is somebody who makes like 60 grand in a year, I'm in trouble. They can't understand what's happening in my life. When the only person I have to talk about that makes a lot of money, but they don't know how the markets work, they're going to say, dude, don't do that. Focus on your business. Right? They're going to give me the wrong advice. Who here speaks a language besides English? Anybody here speak another language? What language do you speak? Let me know in the chat. Polish, French, German, Spanish. 5 languages? Wow, polyglot. That's the word for someone that speaks more than 2 languages. 2 languages is bilingual. Anybody know what the word is for 1 language? American. All right. Let me ask you this. How did you learn the language that you currently speak? Did you read it in a book? Was it high school Spanish 1 and 2? Or were you part of a family or lived in a country or you were in a culture where people spoke that language? How many of you learned the language that you speak through immersion? That's the best way to learn a language. In fact, newsflash, all of you learned your first language through immersion. So if immersion is the best way to learn something, then why are we tinkering at stock trading by watching YouTube videos and like coming on a webinar or boot camp every now and then? Like immersion means eat, sleep, and breathe this thing. Be around people who are speaking this thing. My wife's learning Spanish right now. She's a Spanish tutor. He doesn't know English. So the only way for them to communicate is she has to go through the stressful process of learning how to speak Spanish. And she's been doing it for 3 years and she's getting pretty good. My buddy went on his Mormon mission, didn't speak a lick of Spanish, was dropped into the culture. In 90 days, he spoke Spanish. He was thinking in Spanish. He said he was dreaming in Spanish. Fastest way to learn this business is get around people who are eating, sleeping, and breathing trading. I'll tell you a story. I was out at an inner circle event last May, and I'm standing around a fire pit. Bryce Toohey was there. Tim Sykes was there. See who else you might know who was there. Jose Wansi Pena. He's one of Tim's millionaires. In fact, he was the newest millionaire on the video I played last night from 2014. He was the newest millionaire at that time. Stratty was there. And then probably a few other people that you wouldn't know their names, but millionaires all around. And we had one student there. All the rest of the students were off like at the cocktail party hanging out with each other. And I had one student that was actually like, I'm going to go be around all the millionaires. So he's standing around with us and everybody's just talking about their trades and what's happening and yada, yada. And after a little while, he goes, man, I think I just learned more about trading standing here with you guys than I have learned over the last like 6 months in trying to understand trades. And you guys haven't talked about like a single pattern. You haven't talked about a single setup. All you talked about, what I got from this, was how you felt about the trades. He said, I could feel from you as you were describing these trades, how mechanical this is for y'all. Like it's not magical thinking. You're not super emotional about it. It's just dust yourself off, get back in the game. When this starts to be less mystical and less magical, and it starts to just be, this is what you do for work, suddenly compounding results isn't so far out of reach. And so sometimes what you get from being part of a community isn't even just the setup or the technical thing they're teaching you. It's having the vibe rub off on you. When you see how committed somebody is, and when you see how unemotional they are, you start to be more committed and less emotional. You know, they say if you want to be a triathlete, hang out with triathletes. This isn't rocket science yet. It's crazy how many people believe the myth of the self-made man and they're trying to go figure it all out on their own. Principle number 4, probably the most important one. Finally, principle number 5, take profits often. Now, the first 4 principles I learned by being taught and then experienced them by acting on what I was taught. This one I learned the hard way. In 2008, I met my wife. When I first met her, I was a millionaire. In 2009, we got engaged. I was worth a negative $1 million. So in a period of 1 year, I lost $2 million, rounding. And I remember saying to her, I was like, you still cool marrying me? Because I don't got what I had when we first met. And she's like, well, I've never dated anybody that even had $1 million, so I bet you can make it back. And I was like, I like you. Let's do this. And I remember saying to her, I was like, at any point I could have bought a house cash. Like, we're living in an apartment right now, right? This is like 2010. I'm like, at any point I could have just bought a house cash. I'm driving this truck right now. At any point I could have bought a Ferrari. And the problem was that I believed in the idea of taking all of my profits and putting it into the next deal because I was trying to maximize profit. I had knowledge without wisdom, right? 23-year-old millionaires tend to have knowledge without wisdom, right? So what I learned from that was if I had taken the money off the table as I was going, when the black swan happened, when Bear Stearns collapsed, right? When Lehman Brothers got shut down and liquidated, when the whole market crashed, when interest rates went up and all of my adjustable rate mortgages across my 13 different houses that were being built in South Florida, plus my 2 apartments, like when all of that stuff happened, right? I would have had liquidity, but I didn't have liquidity. Why? Because I was pushing it all back in. And I see business owners do this all the time. They brag about how they didn't pay any taxes last year because rather than giving 30 grand to the government, they spent an extra $100,000 on stuff for their business. Okay. I have a friend right now who's actually dealing with this. He bought all this equipment and he's like strapped for cash right now. And I'm like, why did you buy all that equipment? He's like, well, I didn't want to pay taxes. I'm like, yeah, but are you getting an ROI on the equipment? He's like, a little bit. I'm like, but now you don't have any cash. I see traders do this. They take a $5,000 account to a $50,000 account to a $100,000 account, and then they blow 50 grand in one day because they overtrade. How many of you would agree with me that money in your bank account feels different from money in your trading account? Would you guys agree with that? So here's my advice. Get that money out of your trading account. You can always put it back in, right? But if you got from 5,000 to 100,000 through $5,000 wins, then keep making $5,000 wins. Right? You don't need to try and go for $20,000 wins and $50,000 wins. Right? Get the money out. Buy yourself something nice. Fly first class. Pay off your debt. Right? Pay off your car. Enjoy it. Shore up your retirement account. Give some money to charity. Okay? Or put it in savings. Buy some SOXX with it so you make money off the AI chip revolution. Just get that money out of the trading account. In fact, your trading money should not be in the same account as your investing money. I have an investing account, I have a trading account, and I have an options trading account. I don't even keep my options money in the same money as my equities money, right? So highly recommend doing it that way, especially if you're over PDT. So why do we do all of this? Number one, flexibility. If I own my own business, if I follow these 5 strategies, if I find myself in the top 1 to 10%, I can do things other people can't do and go places other people can't go. How many of you like the idea of being able to travel and trade? You guys like that? We're now in April. In February, I went to Italy. My daughter's best friend's family, they don't have very much money, but they had an inheritance because a grandmother had died. And they're like, let's take this money to go travel to Italy. And so my wife found out about it and she's like, hey, they're going to Italy. Can we go with them? And I was like, sure. Right. Like it's a once in a lifetime opportunity for that family. And I would love for my daughter to be able to travel with them. And my daughter's like super into sewing. So she has like these dolls that she makes, like super intricate dolls. She'll spend like 60 hours on one. And the lady that actually teaches her how to do that, she gets on these classes. She sells these dolls for over $1,000, guys. Did you know there's a niche for everything? There's people that spend $1,000 on a doll. So my daughter's making these little dolls. Hers probably aren't the $1,000 quality, but she's doing good. So that lady lives in Portugal. So I'm like, oh, sweet. Let's fly over to Portugal while we're there. So we fly into Portugal, surprise my daughter. She gets to meet her mentor in person. And they get to like work on like how to make the faces better and how to make the lips perfect and all this stuff. I'm able to do all of that. And guess what I was doing while I was in Portugal? I was trading, right? That's what we have here, right? Like I couldn't do my roofing business when I was in Portugal, right? If I still had that company, I couldn't do my screen printing business if I was in Portugal. Having a business like this and in this industry where you follow these principles gives you the ability to do what other people can't do, to buy what other people can't buy, to fly first class, to get the nice car, to go on a fancy trip, whatever it looks like for you, or maybe for you, it's about impact. Anybody here give to your church, to your community, to charities? How many of you'd like to give more? Pro tip, when you start giving over $10,000, always do it anonymously, or they will call you. All right. This is why we do this. Tim Sykes gives millions to charity. So these are the 5 principles. Number 1, the buck stops here. You got to choose that you're going to succeed, not hope you succeed. Choose. Number 2, you got to play the long game. Take the actions that somebody who would be doing this for 10 years would take and watch how you have more success in the next 2 than somebody who's trying to make it all in 2 years has in the next 10. Always be learning. People are the only shortcut. Fully immerse yourself in this business and get that money out of your trading account as you're making it. You follow these 5 strategies, these 5 principles in any industry, you are highly likely to find yourself at the top, because most people, 90%, do not do at least one of them. Most don't do any of them. How many of you went to college? Anybody here go to university of some sort? What college did you go to? Let me know in the chat what college you went to. GT, Oregon, Clemson, Hunter. I went to Texas A&M. Anybody know where that is? College Station, Texas. Gig 'em whoop. Hey, Laura. Kent State, University of Phoenix. Okay. I dropped out of college my junior year. I hit my $1 million number. I was doing really well. Actually, it was about 6 months before I hit the $1 million, but I was on track to it. I was making about 6 figures at the time between my eBay business and my rental properties, and I was flipping some properties. And I remember dropping out of college, and I decided I'd come back someday. And then I never went back. Now I'm 41, and I'm like, would I ever go back to college? And I realized, yeah, I'd go back to college if my professors were Tim Sykes and Tim Bowen and Bryce Toohey and Matt Monaco and Jack Kellogg and Ellis Hobbs. Like, how many of you would go to college if you knew that all your professors were multimillionaires actively doing the thing they're teaching you how to do in that moment? And they weren't just academia for academia's sake. And they didn't go from like high school to college to teaching college and like never went out in the real world. Like, that was a little bit too much what I was running into when I was in university. I would love to start a business. Imagine this. You open the business day one and you're not figuring stuff out from scratch, because you have the best technology that that industry has to offer. You have the best staff that you could possibly have to help you run the business, with consultants to help you make sure you're making the right decisions day one. This is what the challenge was. When Tim first hung his shingle, so to speak, and said, hey, I want to challenge myself to make another millionaire. A lot of people don't know this, but the challenge sounds like he's challenging you. He was actually challenging himself. That's where the name came from. He said, I'm going to make somebody else a millionaire. He'd been on this TV show, Wall Street Warriors. All these people who weren't rich would ask to trade with him. But can I put my money in your hedge fund? He had to say no, because the SEC doesn't allow you to put money into a hedge fund unless you're already a millionaire. And so Tim's like, you know what? Screw that. I'm going to go teach somebody else how to do what I did. I'm a small town, guy from Connecticut. Like, if I could do it, anybody could do it. And so he starts telling people, hey, you don't have to invest in my hedge fund. I'll teach you how to do this stuff. And this Michael Good guy sees that Tim's doing that and writes this scathing article about how Tim Sykes is full of BS. And I've had my haters on Instagram, right? I usually ignore them. I don't even read the comments, right? It's bad for your mental health. But Sykes does. And he sees this article. And so he reaches out to this guy and he's like, hey, Michael, why are you throwing shade at me? You don't know me. You've never seen my work, my programs. You haven't tried to trade my strategies. And long story short is Michael actually joins the challenge. Okay, he says, fine, I'm going to try it. I'm going to see how it works, but I'm going to be completely honest with my followers on my blog of how it goes. And Tim's like, but you got to give it your full effort. Michael's like, I'll give it my full effort. This is crazy, y'all. Michael Good was the first of Tim's challenge students to hit $1 million in profit. His biggest critic became his biggest fan. Here's him in 2009, all those years ago, saying, since writing this article, I've changed from his biggest critic to his biggest fan. Here's the article on how my opinion has changed. And I just think it's crazy that, somebody like Michael Good would resist doing it, because there's just so many people out there that I think it's the investment. They're just like, oh, I have to invest in something. And they've just never thought about investing in their education this way. Yet how many people go to college? You guys know how much college costs these days? I asked ChatGPT, I said, how much do some of the top schools go? Give me some Ivy League, give me some state schools. What do we got? Dartmouth, $90,000. University of North Carolina, $56,000. Harvard, $59,000. University of California, without in-state tuition scholarships, $76,000. Not for a degree, y'all. That's for a year. 1 year. Now, some of you are looking at that. That's 3 times what it costs for me to go to college. For some of you, that's 10x what it costs for you to go to college. Right? We have had some crazy inflation in what people pay to go to college, yet they still sign up and do it by the millions every single year. Why? Because they've been programmed to. Now, of course, don't worry, we're going to get into what the challenge investment looks like, and we talked a little bit about that. It's nowhere near these numbers, but in terms of an ROI, it's so much more. Today, Tim has 50 millionaire students, 50 people who invested in their tuition, learned how to do this, but more importantly, studied, worked, and treated trading like it was a business. So here's what we're going to do next. Yesterday, a ton of you showed interest in being part of Tim's challenge. And talking with the team this morning, we got some solid candidates in this room for sure. And so what we're going to do next is have a private discussion just with those of you who are considering or would like to be considered for the challenge. We're going to go over all the details of what's in the challenge, the amazing opportunities that Tim has made available for us through this boot camp to get not just the mentorship, but also the various tools that make the most sense depending on which direction you're going in your trading journey. And that's going to be a private discussion that I have just with those of you who are considering this stuff, okay? Probably going to go about 20 minutes on that. Okay, so those who are already in the challenge, you don't have to be here for this. People who aren't interested, they don't have to be here for this. Okay, so it's gonna be about 20 minutes. So come back around about a little bit after the top of the hour. And we're gonna dive back in. We're gonna get Bryce back up here. We still got 2 more different specific strategies to show you, a whole bunch more left in class. That being said though, who would like to hang back with us? Just to get a head count here. Who wants to stay back during the break to learn more about how the challenge works, what's included in it, and what the opportunity looks like today? All right, sweet. I'm going to give those who aren't interested opportunity to bounce. You don't have to leave. You can just hang out if you want, but we'll start here in about 20 seconds. I'm going to grab some water. All righty. Let me turn the chat off here so we can all stay focused. All right. I'd love to hear from a couple of you who did decide to hang back with us, who are interested in being here. Like, what's going on in your head? Like, why did you decide to hang back with us during the break? And to volunteer, you can just pop your virtual hand up. And I'll call on you, and then you can just share with us, why'd you decide to hang back with us? Like, where are you at mentally? What's going through your head? Kathy, I saw your hand pop up pretty fast.
Okay. Hi. There's 1,000 reasons why this appeals to me, but I begin with, I entered the process paying for what I was told was a lifetime access to Tim Sykes Challenge. I know that there's lots of nuanced descriptions, so I'm hanging back because I'm not actually sure how much more opportunity I might have or I may have missed so far.
Awesome. Well, we'll get into the details,
Okay.
and we'll show you. There's unlimited options, and there's
Okay.
what you called lifetime, and there's also some annual stuff. So I'll get into all the details for you so that you get it. Thank you for sharing. All right, let's go to Brett next. Brett, why'd you decide to hang back with us, sir?
I wanted to check out and see what the challenge is all about. I'm very interested. I'm very determined to make this happen.
Awesome. We'll definitely get into the details for you, make sure it's a fit for you, and then we'll see if you're a fit for us. And if it all works out, we'll talk about next steps. Shayna or Shauna, how do I say your name? I want to make sure I get it right.
It's Shauna.
Shauna. Why'd you decide to hang back with us, Shauna?
Because I've been looking into this stuff for for about a month now. As far as the whole process, following Tim Bowen and Tim Sykes and everything. And, I actually did have daily income trader. Now, people will call me crazy, but I actually traded that for Rubicon because I felt like I had jumped in too fast. I need more of building blocks and the knowledge base to actually get started. And I think this is more of the way that I need to go because it actually does do that. It gives me that knowledge base that I need to actually move forward with the other programs.
Yeah. Got to have the education to go with the tools.
Yes.
Makes sense. Perfect. Thank you, Shauna, for sharing. Let's go to Jack next. Jack, why did you decide to hang back with us during the break here, sir?
It's been said a lot, but there just has to be some structure with you know, the limited bit of knowledge that I have right now. And if there's a structure, whether it's mentorship or accountability or um, you name it, I just think structure and having an accountability and mentorship, I think that would vault me to where I vault me into a path that I need to take. So
makes sense to me. Awesome, Jack. Thank you for sharing that. We'll just take one more here. Karen, I saw your hand was up. Karen, what's kind of going through your mind? Why did you decide to hang back with us during the break here?
Right now, I just basically to get some more information. I did get the daily income trader and Oracle, which has been great. But I think, like somebody, there are so many tools out there, learning them, and I'm interested to see if this would be maybe a better fit. I don't know. I just need more information.
Cool. Well, information is what we're going to get into. So thank you, Karen. Y'all, let's give everybody a visible round of applause. Thank you for sharing. I'm going to lower the hands here. Sorry I didn't get to every single one of you. I'm sure you had awesome stuff to say, but I want to stay on time. All right. So Bryce actually said this earlier. Trading on your own can be demoralizing, right? Because you get overwhelmed. There's so many moving pieces, so many people saying so many different things about what works, what doesn't work. You have one person saying something on YouTube, somebody else saying something on Instagram, and then you see one person say the opposite thing as somebody else on a webinar, and you just start losing money, getting frustrated. And you see that other people are making it work. So you know it's workable. You just haven't figured it out yet. And sometimes you can feel downright ignorant. Like you just don't know what trade setups to be looking for in the first place. And you start second guessing yourself. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can actually build your successful day trading and swing trading business alongside successful mentors who actually care about whether or not you succeed. So here's how Tim's challenge works. Okay, we had a ton of people last night say they were interested in this. And looking at the room right now, we've got a ton of people that decided to stay here for this. There's no way even 10% of those people would get into the challenge. We are not looking for everybody, y'all. We are looking for a small group of dedicated traders to become Tim's next major success stories. So this is an invitation-only group that gets to work directly with Tim Sykes every single week, gets to work with his mentors every single day. We are learning together, we're trading together, and we're growing together. Now, who here values education? You guys value education? Right? I grew up in a refinery town in Texas. People didn't value education. So when I made that first $25,000 investment into myself, into my mentor, despite the fact that college was like $30K a year, right? A lot of people told me that I was crazy for doing that. But as I said, we're not going to see numbers like this. Okay, what we get is so much more in terms of value. So let's get into what the value is. The first piece of the puzzle is the challenge course library. This is every webinar, every DVD, every live that Tim Sykes has been doing, okay, literally for 15 years now, condensed, developed, produced, and organized into a step-by-step methodical process, the A, B, C, Ds of trading penny stocks, supernovas, swing trading, like how to be a professional trader. And I love that we have this because this is kind of like a library. That being said, though, Tim Sykes says all the time that access to information is not what makes somebody wealthy. Otherwise, librarians would be billionaires, right? So here's the thing. We give you this because we want you to have it. If somebody says something on a boot camp or a webinar, if you're inside of a challenge member only chat room and someone mentions, you know, a supernova or a VWAP breakout, and you're like, what is this talking about? You can go to the library, you can look it up. That being said, who here learns best by doing? Rolling your sleeves up and getting your hands dirty. Can I see some hands up on the job training people? We get that. So the course component of this is really a backstop, a foundation, something to refer back to. In reality, you may never open that up and still become a better trader. I recommend doing both, but we're going to get on and trade with you live every single day. So beyond the 250 hours of online classes, we've got multi-millionaire mentors continually walking you through the process every single day of the week of how they're taking their trades, how they're finding their trades, how they're looking at their trades. Tim Bowen, Jack Kellogg, both of them are in there. Bryce Toohey, every single day, you guys are going to be trading with us. So you no longer have to go this alone. We're showing you the exact detailed process of every trade that we're taking. Until you're ready to start taking trades on your own, just take them with us. This is how you get good. Repetition is the mother of skill. Consistency comes from showing up every single day and looking at trades, evaluating trades. You don't have to even take the trades. Let us take the trades. And if you start taking them, take small ones. We're going to help you identify entry and exit points. During these live trainings, we'll probably go through hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of trades with you live. That's how you get good. Another thing we're really proud of here at the challenge is the community that we've built up. The level of support that you can find at it's every angle in the chat room. I've gotten out of trades that would have cost me a lot of money because of one comment somebody made in the chat room, and I didn't see it until they said it, right? Like, people inside the chat room, this is not for everybody. This is just for people who work hard, action takers who give up their time, because those are the type of people that find success. And this is a premium exclusive room just for the people who are committed at that highest level. Next, and Tim calls this the cherry on top. How many of you have ever heard the phrase, if you feed a man a fish, you feed him for a day. If you teach a man a fish, you feed him for a lifetime? Yeah. Well, how do you teach a man to fish? By fishing with him, right? You guys believe in this idea of like see one, show one, do one, right? You have to be able to sometimes feed the man a fish in order to teach him to fish. And so what we're going to do is we're going to give you a watch list every night. So you start the day out, you've already got the same watch list everybody else does, so that you're looking at the right trades. Then when Tim Sykes himself takes a trade, let's say he takes a trade on news. That's called a Catalyst X trade. There's a Catalyst, news, he takes a trade. He's going to send you a text message or an email. It's popping into your portal. Where am I getting in? Where do I plan on getting out? And then with full transparency, he's also going to send you a message when he gets out, profit or loss. No one is as transparent as Tim Sykes. Okay. In addition to that, every now and then he sees what's called a supernova trade. Now, a supernova trade is when Tim sees potential for a stock to go up over 100%. If he takes one of those, he sends you an alert on that as well. He also has his weekend trade, his highest conviction trade over the weekend. He's made as much as $67,000 on a single weekend trade. He's going to send you those. Now, that all being said, you don't want to be fully dependent on somebody else for your trades. So when you get those, instead of just trading them, ask yourself 3 questions. What, why, and how? What is it? Why is it there? And how did he find it? And when you start to actually find trades before you're getting the alerts, when he's alerting you on trades that you're already in, you'll start to realize you can do this on your own. Because our ultimate goal is to train you to the point that you don't need us. That's the ultimate goal, right? Now, that being said, about 90 days or so after you've joined the challenge, we want to invite you to come out to one of our conferences. Sometimes our conferences are in person, sometimes our conferences are virtual, but either way, we give a VIP ticket to every single one of our challenge members to come out, to meet the team, to hear from the millionaires direct from their mouth, right? We've been very fortunate here that we've had Bryce and Tim at the conferences. We have sometimes 5, 6, 7 different millionaires that come out and train and teach us. And if you've never been to one of our conferences, this is what they look like behind the scenes. Check it out.
I really like doing this with my students. You know, I like hanging out with you guys. This isn't just a job for me. You know, this is my life. And I want to make that very clear. I wish that all of you guys had a job that you really were invested in 100% emotionally, demand-wise, just you believed in it. And that is the secret to success. A lot of people say, how do you like get all this energy? How do you work this hard? It's because if you love it, it's not work. It's kind of beautiful. And I've been able to shape my business the way that I've wanted because I take such pride in it. And I want you guys to be able to do that with your own lives. It doesn't matter what you really love in life. You know, the stock trading for me is a way to do what I love. Traveling, giving back, and teaching. And it's a means to an end. The money that you can make in the stock market can help you live the life that you want. There's so many upcoming students, and it's mind-blowing to see what you can do when you have the right mindset, when you have the right strategy. Even with this turbulent time, there's money to be made.
And the energy level of all the other fellow students here is beyond compare to other conferences and other things that I've had experience at.
It's inspiring being around people who are go-getters. They're not the people who are complaining on social media. They're the ones that say, that's the place I want to be, I want to get to that goal, and I'm going to do everything I want to be able to make it to that goal.
That's what this is all about, okay? It's about getting you guys the life that you want and the life of your choice, not building somebody else's dreams, not working for a boss. What you can control is your preparation and your knowledge to get you the life that you want.
And so the question is, are you ready? Are you ready to have confidence in your trades? Are you ready to finally achieve the success that you're hungry for, to feel proud of your progress, to make those who love you proud of you? Are you ready to finally know how to find the right trades, know what to do with them when you find them? Are you ready to be part of something that's bigger than yourself? And if your answer to that question is yes, then the only question left is, what's the investment? And I always find it interesting how people worry about investment costs. Why would you worry about the cost of a shovel if there's a gold mine beneath your feet? My daughter and I were having a conversation a few weeks back, a few months now, and she told me that she wanted to, when she's an adult, she wanted to own franchises. I was like, why franchises? And she said, because then I don't have to do any work. I was like, I like the way you think. I was like, let's go look up how much those cost. So here's the answer. Anytime Fitness, 78,000 to 30 or 371,000. Supercuts, 113,000 to 233,000. Denny's, 1.3 to 2.6 million. Pizza Hut, 297,000 to $2.1 million. She's like, what? She's like, Dad, why would I spend $2 million for a Pizza Hut? Can't we just like open our own pizza store? And I was like, yeah, you could. Guys, could I go buy a pizza oven and some ingredients for less than $2.1 million? Of course I can. Why do people spend $300,000 to $2.1 million to open a Pizza Hut? System's already in place, right? They already know exactly what to do. They know how much dough to buy. They know which vendors to use. They know how many pizzas to cook. They know every little piece. They know where to put the location. All of it's already been figured out. The system's already been identified. And I think that's the reason why so many people choose to join the challenge is they go, dude, yeah, I want to figure this thing out, but I want to get there as fast as possible with the fewest mistakes possible, and I'm willing to invest in what it takes to get there. So if you are ready to be part of this challenge, to apply for it, you've got 4 options, and I'm going to go through them with you right now. Okay. And the first one is the big kahuna. Okay. This one is definitely not for everyone. This is only for the most serious trader who wants to trade alongside elite millionaire traders every single day of the week. They want to travel. They want to trade with Tim in exotic locations with his pro traders multiple times per year as part of his inner circle mastermind. This is Tim's ultimate trader challenge. What does it include? Well, first thing it includes is Tim Sykes' inner circle mastermind. Now, the inner circle mastermind, when people get invited into that, is $25,000. By the way, do I have any inner circle members in here? I think I have a few inner circle members in here right now, which is cool. Good to see you, Judith. What's up, Linda? Hey, Donna. That's the first piece. Now, the second piece is the challenge. And I know we've got some challenge members in here. When we invite people into the challenge, it's $12,000. Okay. And that is mentoring right there. That is the most elite mentoring you can get in this community. Now, in addition to that, we got to have some tools. Now, daily income traders, $5,000 per year. However, sometimes we run promotions. And when we run promotions, we can get people Oracle for as little as $29.95. The next piece is the cash flow system. This is another day trading system Matt Monaco created. Now, this specifically helps us discover and trade the ABCD patterns. How many of you remember the ABCD pattern earlier that Bryce walked us through? If you want to be able to trade those, these are both day trading strategies. One's morning breakout. The other one works on different time frames and different times of day. But those are both day trading strategies. I made them blue so that you can see what day trading is. Those are tools for day trading. Now, for swing trading, we have Iris Analytics. Okay, now again, normally Iris is like $4,000, but when we run promotions, we can get it for as little as $19.95. Okay, that is again the swing trades. And then Power Signal Indicator, this is Jack Kellogg's program, the same one that he turned the 10,000 to 3 million with. It's when he's notifying on these big volume trades that he's taking. And XGPT, which we saw earlier, is for the overnight gapper artificial intelligence tool that Tim Sykes uses. So what I put here were the lowest prices that we ever allow people into these programs for. And if you add all of that up, it's $49,479. People who apply to be part of this program and are interviewed and accepted into both the challenge and inner circle do not have to pay the full investment of $49,479. The investment is, you can write this down, $44,997. Okay, so again, not for everybody, but for those people in the room that maybe you're wanting to play at that top level, that's your first option. Second option is for people who aren't quite playing at that level, but still want to do it all, right? They want to do the challenge. They want to do all the day trading. They want to do all the swing trading. This is what we call the Pro Trader Challenge. The Pro Trader Challenge, if you were to have gotten onto all of our promo webinars where we invited people into these different programs, it would have been 24,479. However, when you apply at this event and you're accepted into the challenge and you choose to go this route, it is $19,997. So you can write that down. That's option number 2. Option number 3 is for people who say, you know what, I just want to focus on day trading. Okay, so you get, of course, the number 1 mentoring community out there, the Tim Sykes Challenge. You're going to get Daily Income Trader, which is the Oracle system. Earlier, Bryce showed that to you. Okay, that's those early morning breakouts. The cash flow system, that's the ABCD breakouts. Okay, that's 17,490 at the lowest you could have bought it if you would have got on all of the webinars. However, when you apply to do it at the event, assuming you're accepted in, your investment's just 14,997. And so that's your third option. And then finally, who here likes swing trades? Thinks that maybe you would be exclusively a swing trader. So a lot of times this is a good fit for, people that are, working 9-to-5 jobs. Maybe they don't have as much time to be sitting in front of a computer. They don't really want to do the day trading. We're still going to teach you day trading because sometimes you're in a season where day trading makes sense. But as far as the tools go, beyond the challenge, you're going to get Iris, okay, which is again Tim Bowen's tool for finding those swing trades, Power Signal Indicator, which is Jack Kellogg's tool, and XGPT, which is Tim Sykes's tool. Those are all for swing trades. So some are for the overnight gappers, some are for the big volume plays, and some are for long-term higher priced. That would be $18,989. However, when you join today, assuming that we bring you into the program, you're looking at $16,997. So here are your 4 options: Day Trader Challenge, Swing Trader Challenge, Pro Trader Challenge, or the Ultimate Challenge. Let me ask you this. How many of you can see why, with this level of support and technology, we have so many successful traders? Can I see some hands up on that? You guys can see that, right? I mean, think about somebody like Jack Kellogg. Literally started where you're at. Actually, most of you have more money than Jack Kellogg had when he separate from your business money or from your personal money. Obviously, I said you can write it off on your taxes. If you're in Canada or something, I don't know your jurisdiction. Talk to your CPA, but we'll spend the money to get your LLC set up. You just need to file it with your state, or actually, we'll file it. You just pay your state, pay your CPA, okay? And pay your taxes, obviously. And so if you're in the group of people that knows exactly how you're going to pay for this, is what you've been looking for in a moment here. When I show you how to apply, make sure you're the first person to do it. Let me also speak to the other group of people. And that's those of you here who know you want to do this. This is what you've been praying for. You see the value in mentorship. Yeah, it's a real investment, but you would be willing to make that investment if you could figure out how. You're just not exactly sure how right now. And I get it. I know that's some of you in here. In a moment here, when I show you how to apply, you do it too. Okay, we never want money to be the thing that stands in the way. And you may just not be thinking resourcefully right now. I've seen people work with the power team leaders and come up with crazy different ways to fund this stuff. I saw a guy actually get sponsored from his ex-girlfriend who got a big settlement because she like fell off of a balcony at a fancy hotel. I saw a guy get sponsored by his pastor. I saw somebody sell the car that they had for like 20 years. It was like a collector's edition car. And he said to me, I can buy it back with the money that I'm going to make. I've seen people hawk watches and rings that, are from former spouses. I've seen all sorts of stuff. And we also now have payment partners. So we have people that can help you be able to invest in this, kind of like, getting a loan like to go to college. So there's different ways to do it. The real question here is, do you see the value? Do you see that this is something that could work for you? And if you do, I didn't even have to see this next slide, but I'm going to show it to you anyway, because this is how amazing Tim Sykes is. This man is so confident in our ability to help you, are so confident in our team's ability to keep the wrong people out of the program, that he's willing to put a performance guarantee on this, which says if it's not working out by the end of 12 months, you can actually qualify to get your money back for the challenge. Now, how cool is that? How much confidence does that give us? Now, I want to be clear. This is not a get out of work free card. You still got to put in the work, right? This is more of a, my wife wants to know if there's a guarantee card. And now you get to tell her, yes, there's a guarantee. But you and I both know who's really the guarantee. You're the guarantee. You doing the work, showing up, reading your watch list, coming to the trainings, making your trades. That is what is going to lead ultimately to your success. So how many of you here can actually see the value for the money? Can I see a show of hands here? Like, it's a chunk of change, but holy cow, all of those tools, all of that mentoring, all of that access to data. And then by show of hands, who here would like to see what your options are when it comes to applying for Tim's challenge? Raise your virtual hand if you'd like to apply. In fact, Asia, would you launch a poll for this? I know some people can't find the hand raise ever. There it is. All right. So this poll here, clicking yes is saying, yes, I would like to apply. I'd like to have the conversation. I don't know exactly what my future looks like. I don't even necessarily know how I'm going to pay for this, but Trey, I know that I need to be in that challenge and I want to have a conversation about what my future looks like. Yes, if you're wondering if you already have some of the programs we're talking about, there is a little bit of a discount off of the total investment. We'll talk about that, but we need to have an individual conversation to look at your account to figure it out. Saying yes here is not the last step, but it is the next step. It's the first step to potentially changing everything for you, right? Putting your family on a new course to being able to create more wealth and make more money, but most importantly, have confidence that you don't have to worry about what's happening outside, that you within yourself have the ability to be successful with this. This is not the end of the road. There's going to be a lot of work after this, right? You're going to have to actually show up and take action. It's way less work than the people who aren't in the program. It's way less time than people who are trying to figure it out alone, but it is going to require you to show up and to make it happen and take those actions, right? It does mean taking those educated risks. But a yes here is really a vote for yourself. And so what we're going to do here in a moment is all of those who are saying yes, in a moment, you're going to be sent to your breakout rooms. When you get to your breakout room, make sure you let your power team leader know that you're wanting to apply for this thing and that you want to have that conversation with him. And then what he'll do is he's going to schedule a time to actually sit down and talk to you. Take a look at your account if you're already in one of the programs, or if you're not in a program yet and you're new to our community, show you what it looks like to get started. He has some questions to ask you. We want to make sure that you're coachable. We want to make sure that, you're the type of person who can be decisive. We want to make sure that, you're the type of person who can actually take feedback from somebody, willing to put in the time and the energy, right? And if you are, then you'll earn an invitation to the challenge and we can talk about what the investment looks like and go from there. Does that sound fair? Okay, so what we're going to do here in a moment, we're going to open up the breakouts. The way that Zoom works is just going to send everybody to the breakouts. So if you're not applying for the challenge, it's okay. Just take a quick break, use the bathroom, get back in your seats, because we still got Bryce Toohey coming back in here and he's got a lot to take us through. So class is far from over. That being said, Asia, as soon as we're ready. Okay, yeah, we need to close the poll, y'all. So make sure you answer something. Doesn't matter to me. Yes, no, already in it. Looks like we got a lot of people saying yes and already in it. But give me some sort of answer in the next 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, Asia, we can go ahead and close the poll. Like I said, when you get to your breakout room, let your power team leader know that you're wanting to apply before you use the bathroom or anything else. Everybody else, take a quick break. We are going to be back in here probably like 8 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that. We're going to dive back in, and then we still got 2 more different strategies to show you. It's going to be fabulous. All right, Asia, as soon as you're ready.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Sorry, I just got to make sure everybody's muted here. Okay, so here's what I'm going to ask you to do. The first group of people, I'm going to ask you to raise your virtual hand if you are confident and you are ready to apply right now to see if you'll be accepted. So I'm going to have you raise your virtual hand if you are wanting to apply. Okay. If you are heavily thinking about it, but not quite sure, you have some questions, concerns, raise your virtual hand. I will have a private conversation with you afterwards. So Lance, I see your hand. I'll talk with you afterwards. Rini, okay. So if anyone has some questions or is considering applying but not sure, that's what I'm giving people the opportunity to raise your hand for now. Okay, so Melanie, Lance, and Rini. Okay, so last call. Anyone else considering it has any questions? I'll talk with you one-on-one. For the rest of you, go ahead, turn your camera off, take a break, get lunch, get a snack, and we'll be back in the main session in about 8.5 minutes for continuing of teaching. So I'm going to give everybody a break regardless, and then after the break is over, I will start pulling those of you that raised your virtual hand. I'll pull you aside for a few minutes and we'll discuss that. Okay, so go ahead and take a break. And Sandra, I see your hand, so I will reach out to you as well. Rest of you, feel free to take a break. I mean, all of you take a break. I'll pull everybody aside and after this break is over.
Welcome back, everybody. Apologies, I got a little verbose earlier. I went like 10 minutes over. So I have spoken with Bryce, and he is still going to give you every single bit of what he is here to take you through. Congratulations, by the way, those of you who have been invited to be part of what we're going to be doing here with the challenge and stuff. I know a lot of you still need to have your application conversations. Those will happen during these next couple sections. When that happens and it's your turn to go talk to your power team leader, go do that. That's going to be the most important 15, 20 minutes of this entire event for you. Have that conversation. It could completely change the trajectory of your trading. And don't worry about what's happening in here. Everything Bryce is teaching in here happens in spades inside the program. For everybody else, after today, you're on your own. So let's get Bryce back up here to take us into yet another trading strategy, which is trading on catalysts, reading news like a pro. Mr. Bryce.
What's going on? We're back.
Yes, sir.
Here we are. Perfect. Yeah. So today right now in this section, we're going to be talking about our trading catalysts. And for those guys who are, just do me a favor, let me know who in here is familiar with what a catalyst means. Just let me know in the chat. Yes or no. Cool. Seeing lots of yeses come through. Phenomenal. So again, anybody who say, I see a couple of no's coming through as well. And for anyone who is unaware, all a catalyst really means, sorry, my camera's crooked, it's bugging me. All a catalyst really means, it's, think of it like fuel, right? You have a car, but if you turn it on and there's no gas in there, are you going to go anywhere? No. The fuel is the gas, the fuel, it's the reason your vehicle moves. Now, a catalyst, a lot of times when we say a trading catalyst, all we're really saying is like news. It's not always news, but the majority of the time it's news. Every now and then a catalyst can literally be Warren Buffett bought this stock. That's news, but it's also really just a buyer. But that buyer is so important that it becomes a news piece. So when we're thinking of a catalyst in a trading scenario, I want you to think of like fuel for your car. You've got your car, you've got the stock, right? You've got all that set up. But if you don't have any fuel in that, it's not going to go anywhere. Now, question number 2. How many of you guys have bought a stock because it had good news and you were expecting it to go higher, and then all of a sudden it went nowhere? How many people has that happened to in here? And then you sit there scratching your head. You're like, what in the world just happened here? The stock had really good news. And then nothing, and it went down. Well, the truth is, a catalyst alone doesn't always tell the full story, right? We have to know how to kind of grade catalysts and understand which ones are worthy and which ones are, well, not worthy. So let me go to, give me just a moment. Let's go back to some of Oracle's best winners from Thursday. So we had GV, we had BDRX, and SELX. These are some of our top. Let me also check just while I'm here. I know this wasn't a crazy one, but ELAB. I want to see what that did. Oh, that's what that did. Oh my goodness. Well, let's talk about catalysts really quick. So on Wednesday, ELAB, first of all, let's zoom out even further, right? This is the daily chart of ELAB. And if you notice here, this big day on Wednesday, this wasn't the first day this stock got attention. If we come back here first on March 24th, we'll see that the stock gapped up a little bit, bled out by the end of the day, but it also had a lot of volume. All right. Then We've also got this day where we have a ton of volume, March 30th. They likely released a new catalyst, and eventually the stock went up to $14. And then by the next day, it was down to like $4. What happened here? Well, we actually had a few different catalysts come out over the course of a couple of days. Let's go to a 10-day chart so you can kind of see all this. Right? Catalyst 1 is released on 3/24. And then Catalyst 2 is released on March 30th. Sorry, Matt Monaco is texting me. Let me turn my phone on Do Not Disturb. The last thing we need right now is Matt Monaco chiming in. No, I'm kidding. Of course, we'd all love Matt Monaco chiming in right now. What I want to do, and you can see this for those of you guys who have Stocks Trade, or really most trading platforms, Stocks Trade's got it just right on its platform. Down here, you'll see news, right? Live news down at the bottom of your screen. And this is nice because I can actually just go through really quick and scroll to our first day here, March 24th. And so we can see what news was released. At 7 a.m., the subsidiary completes ITAR registration. Honestly, I don't know what that means. Also, that wasn't that big of a day. So let's then go to March 30th. You can see these news pieces are released here. By the way, a lot of times, if you are not aware of what the news is and you read through it, it's probably not a good catalyst. But then on March 30th, we have an earnings report. Okay, this is something that, by the way, earnings catalysts, or earnings are always a form of a catalyst. Obviously, sometimes earnings are great, sometimes earnings are really bad, sometimes the earnings are fine, but their forward-looking statements are great. There's a lot to consider with a catalyst, and to be honest with you, we could spend like 3 days going through every possible scenario. What I'm going to show you is, this is a really interesting example because eLab had 3 different catalysts across 3 different days in like a 7-day period. And so you can kind of see the effects of each of these catalysts play out in real time. Do me one more favor in the chat here. Who in here is familiar with an offering? Who here has heard of an offering before? Say yes or no. And if you haven't, that's okay too. Okay, I'm actually seeing a few notes here, so we'll get into that in just a moment. But again, March 24th, I couldn't even tell you what that catalyst means. It was not anything that important, clearly. But then on March 30th, we have an earnings catalyst, right? And really briefly, we don't even really need to read it, the entire press release, I can read right here, PMGC Holdings, which is eLab, reports 2025 annual results and files Form 10-K. So actually, this is, my apologies, this isn't even an earnings report. It's a 2025 annual report. So their last year. Company expands asset base to $13.8 million. 43% increase from 2024. Okay, well, we see a large increase in assets. Now, the company is worth $5.5 million. Okay, I got to be a little careful here because at first glance, right, that sounds like great news. It's a 43% increase. The company's assets are worth more than the company itself. Whoa, this has got to be a gold mine, right? There's a reason this company is worth $5.5 million. Okay, the truth of the matter, it's probably not a good company. Their assets being $13.8 million bucks. That's great that it's an expansion. For a company that's trading on the stock market, it's just not that much money. But a little bit of good news like that can still fuel some hype. And that's exactly what happened. Truth be told, right? If you bought on this day, we're going to zoom into the intraday in just a moment here. You might be able to tell this actually didn't move that much. Like, it gapped up and then kind of just went sideways all day. The real magic, I guess, the real magic happened actually like 2 days later. It was the fact that it didn't break down. A lot of times there's a misunderstanding I find a lot with traders, and it's that news comes out, and so that day the stock has got to run. A lot of times, the best news will continue for multiple days, right? I don't need to be the first one always on a piece of news. There are some exceptions. We'll get to those too. But a lot of times, if the stock has good news that comes out, it should continue to run. We call these types of stocks multi-day runners. And that's exactly what happened with ELAB. In fact, I would argue that the easiest trade on something like ELAB was when we have a multi-day breakout that sets up right here. You can actually see it, right? We have, let me clear this up really quick. And let's just get to our drawing tools because it's more fun. Probably a little bit easier to see. All right. So we have a breakout that's set right here on the daily chart. It's around $5 a share. I would argue this breakout's a lot easier. Clearly, the news is impactful enough to where the stock is still holding up. And then we have a really simple breakout. From there, we run from 5 to like 14 bucks. But then another catalyst comes out. Not all is perfect with ELAB, despite their 43% increase. This is where we get to an offering catalyst. All right. And again, for those of you guys who aren't familiar with an offering, I'm just going to give you a really brief explanation of why small cap stocks are not real companies. And when I mean that, I mean like they're not Amazon, they're not Google, they're not even a small big company. I mean, there's plenty of them. SATL, LUNR. Lunar is a $5 billion company. That's a small big company. That's like a mid-cap stock. The reason that something like ELAB is worth $5.5 million is because a lot of small cap companies do something called offerings. And what they're doing is they are literally creating shares out of thin air. And if you guys think back to supply and demand economics, let's say we've got a stable level of demand. All right, let's say the demand is, I'm literally making up a value. Demand is 100, all right? Demand could technically be infinite because 8 billion people in the world could buy as many shares as they want. So I guess the global GDP would be your max demand. Not going to happen. But for all intents and purposes, let's just make a pretend value. Demand is 100. What happens to the price if I cut the supply in half? The demand stays the same and I cut the supply in half. Can anyone tell me what should theoretically happen to the price? Take a guess. If I cut the supply in half, the price goes up, right? Because if supply is 100 and demand is 100, and then we just remove half the supply, those shares are now doubled in value. We actually see this happen, not in the same way, but you've seen a company do a stock split, right? And in fact, Tesla is every large company has realistically done one, because what you end up getting is something like Berkshire Hathaway that's worth $20,000 a share. Can't really buy that. But Amazon, Tesla, like the big NVIDIA, these companies do stock splits so that their price is more affordable to the average. So what they'll do is they will say, okay, we used to have 1 million shares. Now we have 2 million shares, but the price is lower. That way more people can buy. Well, you can also do something different than actually splitting the stock, and you can do what's called an offering. And this is where shares are literally created out of thin air. They artificially increase the supply. So let's pretend demand remains the same, but we just magically add shares out of thin air. That's not really increasing the supply. That's actually devaluing the supply of the company. And that's exactly what ELAB did. And when they create these shares out of thin air, a banker or somebody will say, okay, the stock is currently trading at 14 bucks. We are going to buy 5 million shares at $5 a share. So let me ask you a question. If you owned shares at 14 bucks and somebody magically came in and said, we just bought millions of shares at $5 a share, how would you feel as an investor to that company? Well, pissed, right? Like, because that company just valued, so, by the way, a $5 million company valued their company at 60% discount to the big guy, while you are owning that stock from 14 bucks. You'd be mad, right? Well, that's exactly what happened. If we go to like an intraday here, I don't know exactly what price they did an offering at. We can actually go and find that because it's news. So let's go ahead really quick. And let's find, here we are. This catalyst, a 424B, is what is known as an offering. And this is when a company essentially creates shares out of thin air at a lower price. Wow, that was pretty close. Oh, okay. Yeah. They are offering, they basically created $4.5 million out of thin air. the entire value of their company they create out of thin air overnight, right? And so this is why small cap companies, I don't want to sit here and say that like there are no, you can't swing trade small cap companies. It's not true at all, right? There are a lot of small cap companies that want their stock to grow, but there are even more that their entire business model is getting as much demand as possible so that they can go to the bank after and drop. These are bad catalysts. These are catalysts that we generally want to avoid as a buyer of a stock. Okay, so the reason I'm saying this right now is because we're also talking about good catalysts, but offerings are almost never good in a small cap stock. And so this was essentially what happened. The company Elab releases a press release, a few press releases that pumped up the price of their stock. They got demand going for the stock because, to be honest, right? Sounds great. Okay, awesome. They've increased their asset base by 43%. And yes, it is legal, Stephanie. It's pretty crazy. Again, the game is rigged against traders like us, individuals like us. For this is why it's so important to learn the right patterns and learn what to look out for. If that's my speaker, I apologize. I just muted. So they release good catalysts, and we can trade that short-term momentum, but then they can also release bad catalysts. So a rule of thumb is to what we want to look for a good catalyst. I'm sure no one wants to get stuck in a situation like this. By the way, yes, I've also been stuck in an offering. In fact, it was my largest loss ever. But besides the point, when we're looking for, and this is going to segue in a few minutes into kind of our hottest pattern, a true small cap supernova. When we're looking for catalysts, what we want to look for are, number one, obviously good news, right? But every company is going to make their news look good when they release good news. So if we can then tie it to a hot sector, now we're getting somewhere. I actually, in fact, again, I wasn't trading on Thursday because I was traveling. Let's just have some fun and see what GV's catalyst was, if any. In fact, I actually don't see a true catalyst here of recent. Looks like they had, which again, remember, the day of the catalyst for the best moves isn't all, or the day of the catalyst for these stocks isn't always necessarily the best day to buy the stock. So here's another great example of that. GV releases news on March 31st that they have just gotten a proposed $20 million strategic investment. But the really good trade was when that stock was holding up. It wasn't falling apart a couple of days later, right? And so GV, they released news on the 31st. The next day, it went down a little bit, but not a ton. In the next day, which was Thursday, that's when we get that breakout on the stock. That's when, again, we're going to try to sound like a broken record in a way, but we're combining a lot of things happening. We're combining news from a couple of days ago with a chart pattern that is beneficial for a long bias trader, that is biased towards going up, a breakout. And this is when that breakout, even if a trader was late to it and bought the actual breakout here at 39 cents, it still ran to 60 cents. Like if you were late in buying the exact breakout, you weren't anticipating it, there's still the opportunity for like a 50% move to highs. That's a pretty good sign. And by the way, we can then see if we go into the intraday, right? That stock was gapping up in the morning. Even though they didn't release a new catalyst, the previous day it closed at 21 cents. The next day it opened at 27. So it gapped up like 35%. And so clearly there's interest in the stock. There's ability to anticipate. And like I said, our breakout level was around 40 cents. I'm going to take this all off, these drawings off real quick. I'm going to tell you where 40 cents was and tell me how shocking this is. That blue line that you see right there, that was our breakout level on the multi-day chart. Ironically, again, if we're thinking back to what we just learned, we can kind of combine patterns with our news, with catalysts. A, B, C, D. The ABCD pattern literally happened at the breakout. So we can use a previous catalyst that is proving to hold up with our chart patterns that we learned earlier. Again, can you guys see how we're combining different factors, different variables together? Who here can see that we're combining these different variables together? It's not just that the stock had a good catalyst. It's not just that the stock had a multi-day breakout. It's not just that the stock had an ABCD pattern on the intraday. It's that all of them happened at the same time, right? I understand, right? This is a lot to go through in like, 30-minute segments here. I want to show my hope with these workshops that I can kind of plant this seed. Okay, so that you start seeing these in different ways. Then you got to do it every day still, and learn this obviously. Now, let's go towards guys. By the way, please, if you can, people are drawing on the screen here. Just do your best not to do that if possible. All right, Swarmer, Catalyst. Big daily chart. All right, let's break this one down as well. And then we're going to go to one historical example that actually ties into a supernova. But before we get there, let's talk Swarmer. Again, catalysts don't have to be news. Now, that being said, we have a lot of breaking news plays. Those breaking news plays are great for quick scalps. They're great for, 30, 45 minutes, sometimes even a full day run. We want to look for good news and we still want to see a hot sector. But a catalyst doesn't have to be breaking news. A catalyst in this case for Swarmer was literally that it IPO'd. Who in here has heard about the SpaceX upcoming IPO? Anyone here? Yeah, I see Judith nodding her head here, right? That alone, and I want to be very clear about this, that upcoming IPO in itself is a catalyst for other stocks. First of all, and we're going to combine a bunch here. All right. I know I'm going kind of all over the place. We'll come back to Swarmer in a minute. IPO made me think of that. Lunar is a space company. SpaceX has an upcoming IPO that is poised to be the largest IPO ever in history by a long shot. A $2 trillion valuation IPO. We'll see how much they actually raise. I think the largest ever IPO was, I can't remember, it was an oil company, a Saudi oil company. And they raised something like $20 billion. If SpaceX could very realistically raise like, yes, thank you, Aramco, Saudi Aramco. Thank you guys. If SpaceX raises like 50 to 100 billion, that will be by far the largest IPO. And that's, I think, what people are probably expecting. Okay, that alone is a catalyst. And then you combine that catalyst with the fact that, what did we just send to go around the moon? Artemis 2, the first manned moon mission. It's no wonder these space stocks are popping off. And so I know Tim Bowen talked a lot about swing trading yesterday. These types of, by the way, I wasn't around. I was busy yesterday. Did Tim Bowen talk a little bit about this space sector? Yeah, okay. For good reason. It's like the hottest thing right now because you have upcoming catalysts mixed with current catalysts. So what other big event, can anyone just take a guess right now? What other big events are going on in the world right now? I know it should be probably pretty obvious at this point, but what are some things you can think of that are really big going on? We've got AI, we've got war, defense. Yes, all of these are true. So that's actually perfect. I didn't even mean it for this to be this simple. Swarmer is an AI drone defense company. It kind of hits all three right there, right? You got war, defense, AI. So the IPO of this company at this time, can you guys see how that alone is a catalyst? Yeah, makes sense. So we obviously get just the IPO catalyst alone. And by the way, I want to be very clear, not every IPO just goes up, right? The fact that Swarmer is kind of in a mix of all of these sectors obviously makes it a much better catalyst. So we get this big run, but then can you guys see these little green tabs like on each of these candles here? These are news releases. These are press releases. So first of all, you've got this big sector, you got the IPO, these are catalysts, and then the company starts putting out press releases as the stock is holding up. So they're actually releasing more and to be fair, these catalysts are sometimes just like, for example, the Motley Fool puts out an article. Is Swarmer a millionaire maker stock? Swarmer did not put out a press release. They didn't put out that news. But what you can tell is other big, we like to see this a lot, by the way. Even in small cap stocks, you'll see analysts, stock analysts will like give a new price target for a stock. And so if you get a lot of other institutions and other companies starting to build hype around this one particular company, and the company is releasing good press releases themselves, and it's in the right sector, it's a compounding effect. And all of this is really to show there are so many ways catalysts can be played. We've got breaking news. We've got delayed news, stuff like GV, right? Where the news came out like 2 days before, and then the fact that it was holding up obviously helped it a ton. We've got bad catalysts, right? Bad catalysts are almost always going to be offerings or bad earnings reports. You're going to see a lot more good looking catalysts. And then it's our job to then try to combine it with a sector, right? Every now and then you'll get a biotech company that, you know, claims they cured cancer. Yeah, in fact, you'll see a lot of biotech companies drastically overstate the efficacy and the ability of something they just made. Biotechs for me are, I generally at this day and age tend to stay away from them just because they're always trying to make it look as best as possible. But when we can combine all of these factors together, this is when we can get, and I'm going to transition here, into our supernova trades. Supernova trades are kind of, who here has heard of a, type BAM in the chat if you've heard of supernova before. A supernova trade. All right, you guys, some of you guys know Tim Sykes at this point, right? Supernovas are Tim Sykes's like true bread and butter. Now, to be fair, to be blunt here, supernovas do not happen all the time. Supernovas are obviously one of the rarest forms of a small cap run. And the reason being is because, man, if we had supernovas every day, we'd all be billionaires, right? Like, they're rare, but they're not as rare as you might think. And so I want to go back here because I actually want to go into some intraday charts. Pardon me. So I'm switching here so we can go back a little farther into some historical views. But just to tell you what you're looking at right now, on the left side of your screen, you got two different charts. I'm moving the one on the left. This is our intraday charts. And the one on the right, this is our daily charts. You can actually just kind of see them side by side here, right? Ugrow, I would consider, who here would consider this a supernova? Ugrow went from $2 to $37, actually a lot higher. Went from $2 to its peak of $56 in after hours at one point. Who here would consider this a supernova? Yeah, I would too, right? Here's where this is a little bit interesting. We're gonna actually go look at the news on Ugrow. I can't remember exactly what it is. So let's see, what day did Ugrow start its run? It was March 23rd. Let's just go through and take a look at what their press release was on March 23rd. Oh, interesting. Okay. This was actually just a merger, right? IPG to expand. Here, I'll just pull up. You can actually, on StockTrade, you can literally just double click the news story and it brings up the page for their entire press release, right? And so essentially, this was a merger, right? And a merger, it's another type of catalyst. It's when companies merge together and they form a bigger conglomerate, right? And if we look for, here we go. These companies completed an all-stock merger with Flash Sports Media, bringing its portfolio of commercial rights, including blah, blah, blah. So the merger was completed with the company Ugrow. Now, again, if I'm reading this right now, the only thing, there's a lot to read here, so I'm not going to read the entire thing out loud. But the one interesting thing I see is mention of the UAE, United Arab Emirates. Okay, now, despite the fact it doesn't have anything to do with defense, despite the fact it doesn't have anything truly to do with the war, can we all agree that the UAE is in that region where there's a lot going on right now? That's really about it. And to be fair, again, if we come back to Ugrow, I would make we're going to go to the intraday. I want to be really honest here. I was actually doing a live webinar during this. And people were asking me, Bryce, what do you think about Ugrow? And if we look at the daily chart of this stock really quick, before the big run, right? Does this look like a good daily chart to you? It's down 90% over the last like 3 months. Does that look good to you? Doesn't look great to me. And so at the time, when I was asked about this in the morning, someone was like, what do you think about Ugrow? I said, the daily chart looks terrible. It just was breaking to new lows on the day, right? We had our low a day right here. And it broke. And it was just hanging down at lows, like all day long. And then out of nowhere, the very end of the day, massive squeeze, right? Now, that started to change my thesis on this. This afternoon breakout really isn't necessarily like, it wouldn't be something I would just straight up buy because the daily chart looked bad. The news wasn't really that related to any particular sector, but I want to keep in the back of my mind that this did have the mentioning of the UAE, and it's a merger. Mergers are, they can be kind of 50-50. Not every merger is a good merger. Especially when it's a bunch of bad companies merging together. You just make like a super bad company. But anyways, clearly the market didn't really care. We got that momentum. Now, this is another one of those examples where I would make a very firm argument that the best trade actually wasn't this day. Like all day long, this wasn't a great looking stock. And yeah, you know, in hindsight, you could have just bought the high day breakout and you would have made a lot of money. Sure. But I like to do things that are I like to take trades that I expect to work. You can look back at it and say, oh my gosh, I could have made so much money, but I can also look back on this and say, I stand by what I said. This, at the time, it didn't look great. The next day, it just kind of went down. It faded a bit. But importantly, it didn't fade that much. It didn't fall all the way back down. ELAB did an offering and it came all the way back down, right, at the end of its run. The longer a stock holds up after having good news, the better. And again, had this been like more related to defense, to AI, to the, this probably could have run even further. And, you know, right now, I'll be honest with you, I still like it. The easiest trade, the best trade. Actually, let me ask you guys, which I know I'm asking pretty obvious questions here. Type 1, if you would have rather taken this trade, or type 2, if you would have rather taken this trade, right? 2. I don't think we really need that. Yeah. Clearly the much bigger move. And Bryce, but how could you have known? To be fair, I had no clue that this would have gone to 56 bucks. In fact, I bought at $9 and then I sold at 10. And then I bought again here at 11.60 and sold. My best sell was 14. Now, at the time, I was like, nice, that trade worked. All right, it went to 16, then it kind of just went sideways. And once again, I was gone by the rest of the day. But then the longer a stock holds up, the better. We're going to tie this all back to actually how to spot these supernovas in a minute. But I want to remind you of one thing, right? Who here can name the best indicator in the stock market? Just out of curiosity, what is your guess to the best indicator in the stock market? Can anyone here take a guess? Sarah said VWAP. John said volume. VWAP, I'm seeing lots of VWAPs. Earnings winner. Volume, I'm seeing lots of volume. MACD, volume. All right, I want to tell you the actual best indicator now. The best indicator is actually time, right? The longer something proves to be true, the more likely it will continue. The longer a stock is at highs, the more likely it is to continue its breakout. The more likely a stock, and that's my exact reasoning for why I didn't love Ugrow at the time. Actually, I hated it because the stock for the longest time just went down, 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 and down. But then over the course of the next 3 days, it didn't go down. It didn't do what it normally does. Instead, it held up. And the longer that stock held up, the more likely it is to make a bigger move. And we can see this across literally all previous examples of supernovas. I'm going to take us way back to the infamous 2020. You guys remember what was going on then? COVID. There was a stock called AHPI. This is my biggest trade of all time. And during COVID, Do you guys remember this? Unfortunately, there is no intraday here, so we're just going to look at just the daily chart for a minute. Okay. January 24th, 2020. Yeah, that's when things kind of started going downhill a little bit. End of January into early February of 2020, the world starts realizing, oh boy, this isn't just a joke. We're gonna have to pardon me. Hope I didn't get sick on the plane. I feel fine. That was when the world started realizing lockdowns might be real. We start talking about lockdowns. We start talking about needing to mask, social distancing. Everyone's getting scared. HPI made masks. Sector, good. They put out news. I don't remember the exact news. They're going to supply some masks. They're going to like increase mask production. Okay. So we've got the world in panic, hot sector. We've got a company that releases news that they're going to be supplying masks. Good, right? We can understand those are two really good factors. Now, you might be looking at this daily chart right now and saying, well, okay, so it runs from $1.60 up to $5, and that just kind of fell and did nothing. Important thing to know, right? For any supernova trading, we're going to go through a few examples here so you can start to see this pattern playing out, especially true in the small cap space. We came from $1.60 a share. We can all see it was basically sideways before this, right? It was trading its best price, call it between like $1. It was trading between like $1 and $1.60 with no real meaningful volume. But now we make this big run, and our new kind of threshold for where we're holding up is no longer $1.60. It's like $2.60. It's up, it's holding up roughly, what, 80% above its lows? So from where it came from, it then starts consolidating and holding sideways. There's no exact number here, by the way, but I like to see a stock that at the very least is holding above 50% above its lows. Ideally higher. The higher, the better. But this still kind of fits that. Now, over the next couple of days, we start creeping up. And then we have our breakout day. You guys is everyone mostly familiar with the concept of a breakout? Just say yes or no. I'm assuming Bowen probably talked a bit about this yesterday. Cool. I'm seeing almost all, actually so far, all yeses coming through. Good. So we can all agree that on the daily chart, this was our breakout level, $5. And then we open over the breakout level right here at 6. Gregory said, what's the definition of a supernova? This. A stock that over the course of a month went from $1 to $45. That's a supernova. There is no true, a supernova is 800% or more. No, it's a stock that makes a massive run over the course of multiple days. Generally speaking, supernovas are not going to be a one-day trade. And this is a really, for me anyways, important reminder. And you guys might be catching the drift I'm getting at here. Catching my drift. There we go. Mentioned with catalysts. The best day to buy a stock with a hot catalyst actually isn't normally the day that it releases the catalyst. It's letting time do its thing, proving that that catalyst is worthwhile, proving that that is actually a good catalyst. And that's exactly what happened here. So we have a hot sector combining with a hot catalyst, combining with a hot daily chart. Now, we're going to go back. I don't remember anything in particular that happened in 2022 besides the bear market. And besides Indo running. It's okay if you can't, by the way. I'm gonna say it here. Russia invades Ukraine. That was 2022, January 2022. Russia, or was it January or was it March? But Russia invades Ukraine, regardless. We start February. Thank you. We start placing sanctions. Right. This is when all this, and the big thing that happened during that invasion was there was a worry about oil supply, very similar to what's going on now, but in a very different way. Russia, obviously a very big supplier of oil. And so oil supply, the scare of an oil supply shock starts kind of running through the world. It's kind of funny. Now that you just move one conflict, it's not funny. I don't mean it that way, but like when the next conflict happens, you kind of forget a lot of the details about the previous one at the time. But oil was the big concern. INDO is Indonesia Energy Company, right? And does this look a little familiar? Does this look similar to AHPI, anybody? Right? We have our first big run. The big sector starts us off. This is a company that I don't know if it's necessarily an oil company, but it's an energy company, right? They get their big run. And once again, now this wasn't necessarily quite as good as AHPI, the mask company, but again, we're starting our run from around $2.80 a share. That's where we're just kind of consolidating. That's like our baseline price. So we go from, call it like, again, just call it $3 for all intents and purposes. And by the end of day one, it ran all the way to $9. But it's what happened after that gets really important here. We didn't come all the way back down to $3. We stayed around $5 a share. Again, roughly 60, no, a little bit more. I don't know. Again, I failed statistics twice, but call it like 70% or so above where it had previously come from. And it stayed here for days. Again, this should kind of remind you of that ABCD pattern, by the way. A, B, C, D, and then we get our breakout here. But this breakout was really interesting, right? We get our breakout over $9, and I think this is a really important example of time being the best indicator. We get our breakout over $9, right? And for the next couple of days, we don't go supernova, but we also don't fall apart. The longer a stock holds up, the more likely it is to continue going up. And then this is where we truly get supernova. When the breakout, everyone, you got to remember, right? And I know I didn't get to talk about this much, but has anyone here ever been caught in a fake breakout before? Who in here has been caught with a fake out breakout? And that's when you buy a breakout and then it instantly slams on you. But you're like, but I bought the breakout. Breakouts are supposed to go up. Yes, we all have. I learned a very important lesson early on that I didn't actually apply to my trading until a lot later. The best shorts are a failed long, and the best longs are failed shorts. And what I mean by that is if you get everybody buying the breakout, but it turns out to be a fake breakout, that is going to be your best short indicator, right? That is where you know everybody bought the top, and as that stock goes down, they're going to be forced to sell off, and it's just going to be perpetual selling. Well, this kind of looked like a fake breakout, right? This right here, we break out over 9, and it ran all, actually it fell basically. It literally went nowhere. It opened at 14 and closed at like 11.50. So if you're buying the breakout, you're kind of underwater. All right, whatever, you sell, maybe take a small loss, or hopefully you're not bag holding. In this rare case, it would have worked out. But as that stock, again, you got to assume that when a fake breakout happens, a lot of short sellers start piling in. And what happens when short sellers pile in, but they don't get the move they want? You get a short squeeze as that stock continues to run up. And so the longer this stock held up, this is when things got really explosive. Now, to be completely honest with you, this supernova wasn't really easy to trade. There isn't that, pardon me, there isn't that one day that I would say that, sit there and say, that clearly this was the easiest day. In hindsight, I can say that because that was the day where it really started to run. But man, I would have expected it this day. I would have then expected it this day. And then I would have expected it this day. Not all supernovas are necessarily going to be easy to trade, but you can, the good news is you could have lost on this day. You could have lost on this day. You could have lost on this day and made it all back on this day and then this day, right? And then some. The longer that stock holds up, it will eventually provide an opportunity for us to have a really good trade. I'm going to go through a few more examples. What I really want to do here, by the way, is by the way, who here is starting to kind of get familiar and comfortable with what to look for in a supernova? We want a hot sector with a hot catalyst. Again, Indo, I don't remember their exact catalyst, to be honest with you. I don't know what it was, but they clearly were releasing catalysts, at least on this day and at least on this day. Look for a hot sector with a hot catalyst, and most importantly, that we are holding up above the price where it came from. Those are kind of the three big things we want to start looking for. BNAI. Now, this was an AI company, right? Or is an AI company. Speaking of a stock that is holding up really well. Holding up very well. But besides the point, let's zoom back. All right. So this stock, AI company, they release a catalyst. I don't know what the catalyst is, but AI is a hot sector. It's been a hot sector and it will probably stay a hot sector. Release a catalyst. The stock came from $1.18. So let's just call it 150. That's roughly where it was. And all of a sudden it gaps up to $2 and it's kind of holding around there for a few days. And then what do we see? Well, we see the stock going sideways, holding well above lows. It came from $1.20 and it holds sideways at $3.50. So it's holding up over 100% from its lows. And at this point, we just get breakout after breakout after breakout until eventually, right, the longer a stock, especially a small cap stock with a small float and not a lot of supply, the longer that stock holds up, the more likely we are for a truly supernova move. Now, this one does look a little bit different. This one actually just kind of grinded up. A lot of times we see more sideways action, but I would argue, yeah, we'll go to BYND in just a minute. But a lot of times that stock will go sideways, but the more it just kind of walks up, again, with high volume, I mean, this day traded 50 million shares, 97 million shares, 150 million shares. It continues to trade high volume. We can expect that a supernova is likely. This is, I mean, obviously, you guys remember silver? And I want to show this particular example for just a moment here because I want to show you this is not a small cap stock. Obviously, it's literally silver, but the same theory applies, right? Silver grinds up, right? It's not going to make a 100% move in a day. It's silver after all. But that same concept we just talked about, right? The best long indicators are a failed short. The best short indicators are a failed long. So we're grinding up here. Let me just get out my drawing pad real quick. Grind up, and we set this breakout level. And for the next few days, for the first time in a long time, it just goes sideways. It wasn't just grinding up. It went sideways instead for like a week. Okay. Now, remember, that's kind of what we want to look for in any supernova. Big move, and it holds well above its lows. And then on this day right here, you actually already have it circled. We have a fake breakout. And then it starts downtrending. But notice where things went from grinding up to explosive. As that breakout starts to break out, we go from 71 to 110 in like 2 weeks. Action gets more explosive. Now, again, to call this a true supernova, tough to do because it's such a large market cap. It's not going to run 100% in a day, but that same idea still applies. I'm going to go to one more. Oh, SMX. Now you look at this, you go, where's the supernova? But if I zoom in, all right, where's the supernova? Right here. Now, to be fair, the stock did do a reverse split. So it didn't actually start at 30 and go to 2,500. It went from like 9 or maybe even less, maybe a couple of bucks to like $550. But it's the same math, just different values here. And once again, look at the same exact supernova pattern. Zooming in here. We've got our first initial run. And again, it wasn't actually this price. This was a small cap stock. It was priced under $10 a share when it first started. But we go from $29 to $320 in 2 days. Massive run. By the way, their catalyst on this day right here actually tied into silver, tied into gold and silver. It was a commodities-based thing. The sector was really hot because everyone was losing trust in the US dollar and commodities were not going to get too far into the sector. Their catalyst was something like they found a way to literally put like fingerprints, but not an actual fingerprint, but like to track and trace gold, silver, plastics, metals, whatever, even after they've been smelted or melted. So like, regardless, you can track this silver. Doesn't matter if that's a bogus headline or not. The sector was hot, and you can see here we have our big move. We start at 20, and for the next 4 days, we consolidate 400% above lows, 400 to 500% above lows. It didn't need that long for shorts to say, I am completely screwed. And again, you can get mad that you weren't the first one in here and that you didn't hold this from 20 and it went all the way to 2,400. Or you can say, I'm going to wait for this catalyst to prove that it's in the hot sector and prove that this stock is going to hold up using time to our advantage. And then the longer that holds up, eventually, not every time, but eventually, that stock should break out. And all we really need to do, we had a pretty clear breakout level right here at about 320, right? Tried the 2 the day before, maybe you take a small loss here, but eventually, if that stock is truly going to supernova, if it truly does have the right catalyst and it is truly in the right sector, that squeeze should happen. Shorts are going to get stuck. I know I'm running out of time here, but one last supernova example. And this is a different, again, we like to do this in small cap stocks a lot more often than we like to in a real company because they move a little bit different. This is beyond meat, right? You'll notice there wasn't really a consolidation period. It just truly went supernova. It truly caught short sellers in a massive squeeze. These are, to me, a little bit harder to predict. And it's why I like to really focus on our small cap supernovas. And what I have no idea, right, if Swarmer is going to do that. But I can tell you this, it has a very similar pattern to what we'd look for in a supernova. Can anybody at least see a similarity here? It's not a true small cap company, to be fair, right? And so I don't expect it to go up another 1,000%. There's a reason my expectations are set at like $80. I'm not saying I think this is going to be, but it's the same exact pattern that I look for on silver, the same pattern that happened on all these small cap companies. We're getting our big first run. We're getting our consolidation holding above lows for that time. And then we're getting that breakout. And in a lot of ways, the reason that Matt Monaco loves the ABCD pattern so much is because when you zoom out onto a daily chart and then can combine a hot catalyst with a hot sector, that's what can truly start leading to our supernovas. Now, folks, I've already gone over on time. So I want, again, my idea here, or my hope is to plant these seeds into your head so that once you start looking at charts more and more often, you start to see these patterns forming. But I am going to hand the mic back to Trey here, and I hope you guys have learned a lot through these trainings here.
All right, y'all, let's give it up for Mr. Bryce Toohey. Thank you so much, man, for being here on a Saturday with us. I know you got other places to be. Y'all, let's give Bryce some love.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, that is bringing us to just the last few moments that we have together. And, you know, I really just always appreciate learning from Bryce, learning from Tim Bowen, learning from Tim Sykes. And, you know, it's just powerful being able to work with these guys throughout the week. Many of you in the challenge and in Inner Circle already know what that experience is like. And, you know, if you really think about what it's like to be able to build watch lists, to be able to find the right stocks, to be able to look for the right trades, and then to cash in on them, there's a huge opportunity available to us. And the reality is Monday is coming. What's your plan? What is your strategy to be able to grow your trading business? Now, I know many of you are moving forward with us as challenge members. Some of you have been reaching out, asking about just getting access to individual software programs. I get that. I know some of you are already in the challenge and stuff like that. But here's the deal. I want anybody to get left behind. And so if you're not 100% confident in what you're going to do come Monday, then our power team leaders have actually agreed to take time to connect with you. Right now, they're busy with application calls. We had a ton of people applying for the challenge today, so they're going to be pretty busy with that. However, they did say that they would take some time on Monday to have conversations with anybody who would be interested in tool sets. So is there anybody here who is interested, maybe not so much, you're already in the challenge perhaps, or it's a little out of reach, but you're interested in the tool sets that we've talked about, Iris, XGPT, the stocks to trade tools, stuff like that. Is anybody kind of on the tool side of things? Awesome. All right, seeing some yeses in the chat. Paul says inner circle. Paul, that would be a tap on the shoulder. I'm not sure, man. XGPT, Iris, okay. Is anybody here in Stocks to Trade Elite? Who here is in Elite? Put the word Elite in the chat if you're in Elite. All right, cool. So I got some Elite members in here. Before we wrap class up, I'm going to be giving you guys your PowerPoint prizes here in a minute, those of you who are the winners. But before we wrap class up, we had Tim Bowen, who was here yesterday with us. And for those of you who don't know about Stocks to Trade Elite, I want to let you know before you run off, because this is really powerful and can be transformational in your trading if you don't know about it and don't have it already. Basically, long story short, Tim Bowen created Oracle, and he helped create Stocks to Trade. And then he created Iris. And then somebody earlier today was mentioning yet another program that he recently created, Rubicon. He's like a nonstop developer of these different systems and programs and services that help people achieve the highest level of results in all of these different strategies. He says it's like he created Stocks to Trade Elite to be kind of like Microsoft Office. You guys remember back when we bought Word, and then we bought Excel, and then we bought the next one. So we basically combined all of them into one really big program where you get all of his tools. Now, most people who have Stocks to Trade Elite, they join the challenge first, right? And these are the tool sets that they use to be able to apply inside of the challenge. So I'm not going to get into all the details here because we're actually out of class time today, but I will just say this. What is in Stocks to Trade Elite is pretty phenomenal. Here's a slide that's got kind of multiple items. These are the newest things that he's recently added. Money Bar, 2-Minute Trader, Rubicon. And on top of that, it has Iris and Oracle, his Meridian Trader, which is finding those afternoon VWAP holds, his Squeeze Master, which is finding those squeezes that happen on Thursday nights. And so Stocks to Trade Elite could easily be a $60,000 program with how many different softwares and tools are in there. And the fact of the matter is, it's not an annual program, it's a lifetime program. That being said, 60K really only helps people that already have money. So Tim Bowen, since he was here yesterday, asked me if I would show this to you guys. And that is that he has an opportunity for people to get into Stocks to Trade Elite, not at the normal $18,000, but at just a $15,000 investment. And that is before discounts. So the discounts would be if you already own Iris, or you already own Oracle, or you already have Squeeze Master. The team is actually authorized to give you a little bit of a discount, maybe not dollar for dollar because this is an unlimited program, but a little bit of a discount off of what you've already invested to get into this. So again, this is separate from what we talked about earlier. It's separate from the challenge. This is Tim Bowen's program. But just to kind of like get a little temperature test here, is there anybody who's interested? How many of you would be interested in getting Stocks to Trade Elite? We're getting every single one of Tim Bowen's softwares, his programs, his services, his alerts, all of that stuff. I don't know if we have a poll for this. Let me check with Asia real quick. Asia, do you have a poll for that?
Yes, I just launched it.
Okay, cool. So there should be a poll popping up on your screen. The guys aren't available to actually work with you on it at this moment. But if you say yes here, it gives them the list of people to follow up with. But don't wait on them to follow up. Text your power team leader the word elite, and they'll know that this is something that you want to do as well. Okay. All right. Out of reach until I become a millionaire. Yep, that'll keep you stuck forever. Got to be a millionaire to make an investment of 15K. All right, y'all. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring this thing to a close. But before you run off, let's make sure we know exactly where we stand. We need our PowerPoint winners. So it is time for you to add up your PowerPoints. I'm going to put some music on here. Add up your points and then send me a private message of how many points you have. Let's get the music going.